and mostly they are other skill or unskilled labor that we are talking about here. Then it also involves large capital in order for you to establish it or set up this. And among the reasons why we say it involves large capital are such that you need to buy huge equipment, you need to pay the workers, you need to get land, you need to use it to maybe buy the seeds that you are going to use. And because of that, mostly it's owned by multinational corporations, like people from different countries coming together or outside the country, or other is owned by individuals, mostly who are wealthy people, or by governments. Okay, we used to have a state farm. I don't know whether you've heard it before. I'm told in the olden days they were having state farms around 1980 there. Yes. So some, I don't know whether they are still there. I didn't meet it. Those of you who were maybe fortunate to have met, we can talk about these ones. Then we can also talk about some technology that is involved. And here we talk about very sophisticated technologies, machines that they use for some of the seedlings, and those that they use for nursing, those that they use for processing, those that they use for storage, and then preservation. Okay, so it tells you that they use high technology to do that. In today's world, for an example, some of the tractors are having computerized systems that they use. If they are doing if you go to any plantation or modern plantation farming, you see that other the tractor, processing machines, and then the others, you see that they have a computerized system. Somebody is operating it, putting certain maybe temperature at a certain range and cool. So it tells you that it's being modernized day in and day out. And then the methods of production to we can quickly go through this one. That's how they manage to be able to produce it. So first, you must get a land, and then you get maybe a machine for clearing of the land. You need to get pesticides and weedicides and to control weeds and that of the pests and diseases. Again, some use irrigation method in order to produce water or provide water to dry areas. And mostly they use chemical fertilizers in replenishing the soil fertility so that at all time they can get it. So this is the process. And then ownership, basically, as we said already, is a multi-national estate. And so they may have some foreigners who may come in, and we talk about other individuals or governments who can also own it. In terms of marketing, for instance, normally they produce, as we said, for export, right? So if they are marketing it, automatically they need to have factory there. So examples are here: oil palm production at Benso and then Praso, for an example. They use it to process soap and edible oils and other products for the country. So the one that we have, like the oil plantation, for example, they used to feed the local industries. And here they produce something like soap and then oil. Okay. And typical example is cited in Tema, so that they can use it to feed large population. That's why at times the factories are cited at a very strategic location. Okay, if it were a small town like Agogo, they would not cite it here. People will not buy it. But for an example, some small factories can even come to them and then they produce for them, which makes the work so easy for them. Okay, then we can talk about irrigation farming, right? Okay, so in terms of irrigation farming, here we are talking about a situation where the area is such dry that they have to produce or provide water in order for the soil to become moist, to generate and then produce other produce or plants production or animals production or combination of the two. Okay, so when you hear irrigation farming, simply means a process in which a farming process in which water is intentionally supplied to the produce or to farm animals for their production. So here we are going to talk about areas where we can see some of them being done and then examples of them. So they say that irrigated farms are located in Guinea Savannah, Sudan Savannah, mostly in northern Ghana. Okay, and then we also have some in the southeast coastal plains, for instance. When we were talking about areas of dry environment, we talk about Sudan, we talk about Guinea, Sudan Savannah, and then Guinea Savannah, for example. And then we also talk about the southeast, okay, saying that the area is always dry, and then we give reasons accounting for that. And surely these are areas that lack moisture, and therefore it needs water to be supplied. If you want to produce enough produce, you must supply water. That's how come we have this irrigation scheme or irrigation farming in those areas. Okay. And then crops grown in irrigating farming or irrigation farming, they have something like rice, vegetables, and then sugarcane. Let's see examples of them. We have Wija project for an example. They produce paddy rice and some vegetables like pepper, garden eggs, and tomatoes. One is also at Tono project, and it's also similar one. They produce paddy rice, tomatoes, sorghum beans, and other vegetables. Right? Okay. There's any question on this before you move on, or any addition to this, or somebody who has witnessed this before, or you have some in your area that you want to talk about? Okay. Then we have one of the intensive farming system that is located at Anoga Kita system. We call it Anoga Kita system. And this is intensive farming, meaning that they produce mostly all year round. Okay, every year they are there. Now let's look at some of the crops that they grow. They say that the principal crops are shallots, for instance, that they produce there. And then they say that basic tools such as hoes and cutlasses are being used, meaning mostly they are subsistence farmers, right? That do more of intensive farming there. And then they say a plot of land. So the description, please, I think you can do that one for me. So I can quickly run through. Okay. And then they also use some chemicalized modern fertilizer in order to replenish soil fertility. Leguminous crops such as beans are also used, okay, to also improve the soil fertility, because for them they attract nitrogen and then they use it to fertilize the soil. Good. Then they say that crops are grown 3 times a year, as I was saying. So it's an intensive one, right? So they can produce it maybe this year, the whole year, another year, but different in 3 times. So meaning maybe every 4 months, crops are grown, another 4 months, another 4 months, so that within the year you can have 3 different farming systems on the land. And then they say that farms are irrigated with water from numerous wells and ducts in the farm. Okay, and the beds are watered daily and sometimes twice a day. So all these they are describing the how they supply the water to the farm. Good. The next one you want to talk about, remember I'll be running through. I'm finished all. And this is supposed to be done last week. So those who have joined us and maybe things that you are not getting it, forgive me anyway. I'm just rushing through so that we can move to units or sessions 7 and 8 we are supposed to do for today. However,
So,
if
sir,
there's something that you want us to know,
without
I'll
taking you,
pause and then let you continue. Yes, please. So,
sir, sorry for the interruption that I want to cause. You pardon me for that, please. Those of us who don't still have the books, can you kindly share it so that those who just joined and then some of us can have the soft copy and then we will see how we get it out, please.
yes, I'm sharing the screen. The only difficulty I'm having was that the last week I couldn't share the one I sent it to you, and I'm doubting I can share it today. The reason
Yeah,
is that I don't have
like
slides
in
for.
it into
Yes, I think I'm trying to explain why I couldn't share last week and probably today too. The reason being that I don't have the slides. So I contacted the coordinator and he told me that he's not also having the slides, so I should see a different person. The unfortunate thing is that the one I'm using is the whole book that I'm using, and he told me not to share a complete book. And I think you understand why he said I should not share a complete book. So please forgive me. I don't have the slides. If I'm to do the slides, I have to sit down and then draft the whole thing. And I'm thinking back. That's why earlier on I said that, do you all have the book now? Because I'm hoping that by now you should have the books so that we don't have issues with slides. Normally the first day, the second day we can share. Unit 1, unit 2, 3, and 4. I think that one has been shared to you. So after that, after first 2 meetings, you should buy them or you should get the books and you move on. The unfortunate thing is the cost is not mine. I'm contracted to do it. And though they give me slides and everything to teach, and this is a complete book. And I think those of you with the books, you have seen that this follow the same outline. So it becomes very difficult for me to share the whole thing. So can they pardon me for that?
Thank you.
The one who has the books, who has, are you okay, please? Okay, I'm assuming that you get it now. However, anytime I get the slides or he sends the slides to me, so I'll let you know. But I'm encouraging you that please contact Ato and Mr. Ato. The one I think he teaches you one of the geography courses. I'm here to find out. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So another type of farming system is called compound farming. And when you hear compound, as the name implies, farming that is done on our compound. That's so. I thought they call it backyard garden or market garden, or yes, backyard garden or market garden. So here normally it's a mixed farming method, and mostly it's permanent. Permanent means that lasts for longer. Especially somebody may have built maybe have like 10 plots of land, and then you um build on, let's say, 5. So 5 is there. So the 5, if you are not careful, weeds and other things will come there. So you normally use the rest for farming around your house. So they say that the farm is manured by using household refuse and dropping from fowls, for instance. So basically, this is a farm around individual household. So the first sentence, a land around individual household is cultivated. Okay. So any house around where you have a big compound and you want to use some of the compound for farming, or a small garden, okay, you call it compound farming. Let's see some of the things that they do. Normally cassava, maize, some yam, pepper, and co. And the farm size, so you know, is basically small. Okay, good. And then another one is mixed farming. As I said, I'll not be going through all. So the next one is mixed farming. Okay. This one simply means that crops and animals are being cultivated and produced all year round. So they are together. So a system of farming in which various crops are grown and animals are reared at the same farmland. Okay. So whilst you are producing animal, you're also producing crops. So you are mixing them. That's why you call mixed farming. In areas where these are found are normally they say northeastern and then northwestern parts of Ghana. Okay, good. Some of the animals reared include cattle, sheep, goats, fowls, and others. And then crops grown also crops grown include something like maize, cassava, potato, guinea corn, millet, etc. Okay, the process to maybe produce this, I'm begging to leave that one for you. Then you look at advantages of mixed farming. Basically, you get all what do you call it, crops and animal produce mostly to feed subsistence farming all year round, because one, you are going to get meat from that. You can also get if it is fish farming that the person is doing alongside, is also going to get fish from that, and then you combine with produce. So basically, we are going to get the two at the same time. You get good nutritious meal or diet because you are combining different types of crops and animal species on the piece of land. Okay. Then we talk about programs associated with that. And here, one of them is that basically because most of the subsistence farmers in Ghana are not wealthy enough, they don't have enough capital to undertake large-scale maize farming. Okay, so they say that their savings are small and poverty too is high, mostly in developing countries where most of these maize farming is being cultivated, and so pests, diseases, and others attack their crops, and at times at the end of the year they are not able to get anything. Okay, so that's one problem. Then let's look at some areas and where crops are cultivated, or certain crops are cultivated. Good. So here we are going to talk about, look at the table. Those of you with the books, I think you can see it clearer than this one. Okay. So crops, where they are, the type of crops grown, and then areas of growing or areas of production. So I'll talk about two important ones: cocoa production. This one is more important because it's mostly the cash crop for Ghana, and we get a lot of foreign exchange from that. So we have some in Ashanti region, Bono region, Ahafo region. We have some in northern, what do you call, the central part of Ghana. We have western region, eastern region, and then we have some in Volta region. Okay. Those of us in northeast and northwest and Savannah, please, do you have cocoa production there?
No, please.
Northeast, we don't have.
No, please.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's why you are exempted from these growing areas. Why do you think we don't have cocoa? Or why is it that you don't have cocoa there? Just one reason, or maximum one reason.
The climate condition, the weather condition in Northeast cannot contain the cocoa.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess for Northeast, the land, or let me even say the weather condition here cannot contain cocoa production.
Okay. In exams, when you are writing something like this, once you mention weather condition, it's too broad. In fact, all crops are produced based on weather conditions. So you need to be very specific on the type of weather condition you are talking about, right? So for example, the cocoa needs large amount of water, especially at the beginning for it to grow. Please control your microphone for us. So in the northern Ghana, you don't have that amount. That's why they are found in moist, deciduous, and deciduous, other deciduous or semi-deciduous areas, because they need more rainfall, right? And then during the time of production too, cocoa needs a little bit dry environment for it to be what do you call it, dry. Okay, so for an example, you see that currently I think most of the cocoa are in seedling stage, and then they are bearing fruit, and then they are maturing small. By January, February, there you see that the weather condition will be a little bit dry. Then they use that one to dry the cocoa. So basically, that's how it looks like. So in the northern Ghana, you are not going to get this condition, though you can get out of the dry, but it's a long period. So cocoa cannot withstand that harsh weather condition for the long period. That's why we don't have them there. Okay. Then which one is again the most important one? Maybe rubber plantation. For an example, we have some in Dompem, Manson, Enchi, in Swayim, and Asen areas. For instance, they say they have rubber there. But I think the last time you mentioned rubber plantation, we talked about areas like Nzema areas. Okay. In Nzema, I think in Swayim also, we also have some there. Right. Okay. So the rest of the table, please go through and look at where most are found. Another important one I want to mention, which is the last one, will be that of oil is here. So oil palm. We mentioned areas where they are found, Chufupraso, Benso, and then we also have some in Asin area. Then pineapple. A lot of us, after eating in the evening or supper, you need at least pineapple. Let's try eating some fruit, or they call it dessert. After meals, you have to eat something small. So you should know where some of these crops are also grown. So pineapple, for an example, are found in Infantimine district. Here we are talking about Cape Coast area. We have some in the Futu Senya district, and then we have some in Komenda, Edina, Eguafo, KE district. Please, who is in KE? Komenda. We are here. Okay, so they have this pineapple. So when you go to the coastal areas, Cape Coast, for an example, it appears pineapple is a little bit cheaper as compared to those of us in the Ashanti region, because they produce it mostly or on large scale there. Okay, good. Then we talk about how cocoa is produced. So here they say that cocoa requires, so here we are talking about physical factors that favor cultivation of cocoa. And the physical factors, we can talk about the soil because it's physical, you can see it. And then you also talk about climate. So here, water, for the example, when it's raining, you see it. So physical factors, then that we can see, we can observe. So one of them is that we can talk about the soil. And here I say cocoa requires deep loamy soils that are sufficient for moisture to allow the plant to grow. For instance, in the forest areas, for an example, occlusal soils support cultivation of cocoa. I think we talked about occlusal soil some time ago. Then climatic condition that favors it most are in moist semi-equatorial climate. For instance, it's an ideal for cocoa, where amount of rainfall annually is supposed to be around 1,250 millimeters or more, so that to be able to favor the production. And then in terms of humidity, you need at least 90% humidity. And then during the dry season, that's what I talk about, between November and February there. Okay, it favor harvesting of the cocoa pod and the drying of the cocoa beans. So this one is more important. In terms of temperature, cocoa needs at least 24 to 27 degrees Celsius to ensure plant growth. If the temperatures are more than this or lower than this, some plants, cocoa plants, may not be able to grow well. In fact, every plant has its minimum and maximum temperature for production. And so this is the minimum and this is maximum, 24 degrees for minimum or around that, and then 27 for maximum around that one, so that cocoa plants can grow well. And trees of moist semi-deciduous forests provide shade for the plants. I'm told that those of us who are cocoa farmers, for instance, when you are planting cocoa, you don't just plant them. You cultivate it in a kind of mesh farming, so that you have tall trees there. Then you plant them under it, so that provide some kind of shade to cover it, right? And then I think the essence is not to allow solar radiation to either take all the water or dry all the water or evaporate all the water from the soil, as the cocoa cannot grow. It needs a lot of water at the beginning stage. So the area must be a little bit moist, meaning the moisture should be there, water should be more for the plant to grow. Okay. Then another important thing, the leaves protect the cocoa plants from strong sunlight. Okay. So that is that. And then you go to the contribution of cocoa to economy of Ghana. This one is undoubtedly the most important of all. In fact, Ghana received huge foreign exchange. I'm told we even have collateral that we do with other countries, so that before we even produce the cocoa, they come and give us certain amount of foreign exchange so that we use it. Some even do it in 3 years, some 4 years, some 5 years and 10 years, so that at the end of the day, once we produce the cocoa, it's just like in the form of a contractual agreement. Then when you give us, let's say, $10 million, then we also produce the cocoa beans for them for the 10-year period that they have done so. So one of the important things that we get foreign exchange from that. And then some organizations to try to award scholarships to children of cocoa farmers annually. In Ghana, we have Cocoa Farmers Scholarship or Cocoa Scholarship there. I'm told recently some of the awarding of the scholarship became very worrying. So government have has started doing something new to make sure that those who deserve the scholarship are given. And so I remember in 2013, 2014, all those who were given scholarship to go to outside Ghana, Ghana government did not pay. So some schools in the US, in Canada, and in UK, if you are going there and Ghana government is going them, and you say you are coming with scholarship, they don't want to take it. But we experienced one last September, is it September or August? Some students who were sponsored, they went there, they didn't take. In fact, they didn't even go. They didn't give them sponsorship to go there in the first place. They said they should come and pay their fees. Ghana government doesn't honor its obligations. It's very disturbing, very disturbing. And I'm told in UK, for example, large number of international students are being forced to pay their fees. And so some are working. I know someone who is working, he went 2023. There has been some kind of agreement with the school and the UK BI that they should give them opportunity for 2 years to work there and then pay the fees. And so they've granted that one to them and they are using to pay. Black money, we are something, you send people there and they don't pay the fees. And so somebody was maybe working in Ghana, the person is okay, and he said you want to school. He said, okay, come for the scholarship and go. You know very well you no pay. Then you let the person go into a whole lot of troubles. Remember, he has to buy food. The rent alone is not easy in UK. Very huge one. Assuming you are paying £500 a monthly, that's almost like 8,000 a month, and you stay for 2 years. How are you going to cope with that situation? It's not easy. Okay, so this they have Cocoa Board government scholarship that they give to them. Some to at the secondary school, some are the tertiary school, some to the foreign countries. Okay, and then it also offers a number of employment to many Ghanaians. For an example, the cocoa farmers themselves. We have cocoa buying agents. We have drivers. We have accountants. And we have chocolate producers. The chocolate producers depend on cocoa farmers for cocoa beans so that they can use it to process into chocolate. Okay, so all the chocolate industries are depending on cocoa. So once we have it, all those who are employed there depend on that. So they are all form of employment to them. I think we'll end on that one. Then you talk about problems facing cocoa production in Ghana. You see the way they have singled out cocoa because it's important. One of the main problems has to do with pests and diseases that normally attack cocoa plants and then the pods. And typical example is the one we called it capsize or kate insects. They attack the cocoa and then they try to infect it with diseases. And nowadays, I think they have other drugs that they can easily use to control them. Please, who is a cocoa farmer here to help us? Any cocoa farmer here?
I'm one of them.
Okay, educate us on this problem, pests and diseases, and any one other problem that is facing cocoa that you think it needs an attention.
Yeah. One is the pest and diseases, just as you mentioned, the akate, and then you have akate, ate. They are the most popular disease that normally insects that normally attack the cocoa. In fact, if you do not take care of it, and if you not control those kind of pests, a season will come and you will not get anything. And one thing too is the black pulse. The cocoa, when it is in the maturity age, when the seed become mature, mostly the, the pulse will now turn to black. It was for all of them was spoiled, and you will not get anything. So mostly the black pulse and then akate and ate normally disturb the cocoa a lot. And the black pulse normally caused by the rain. When it over rains, bees, your cocoa, both of them will destroy it or will spoil. That was the black pulse. Yeah, I think that
Okay.
is what
So how
normally
do you
cause.
control the diseases? This Akatetem, how do you control?
The Akate, you have so many measures of controlling it. You have pruning. The first thing, you have to prune the farm, cutting the branches and other different parts of the cocoa so that it will allow the sun to, to just pass through the farm and then the other things. And apart from the pruning, you can also use the insecticide spray and to spray it
No.
every month. You have to be spraying it every month. Yeah. And then the black pulse too. The pruning is a lot. There's a lot of mechanism that we will use, but the pruning, that is the main thing that you have to do. If you do not prune the farm, meaning how to control the pest and disease will be difficult. And then it also cause the black pulse. But the moment you do the pruning, cutting the branches, allowing the sun to also shine in the farm, it helps a lot for you to be able to control it.
Okay. Okay. That's very good. Thank you very much for your contribution. We are grateful. Those of us who are not cocoa farmers, but you are living in cocoa growing areas, please think about it again, because it's giving a lot of income. Okay, you get a lot of income from cocoa production. And then let me also use this one to advise everyone. If you want to be financially reliant or financially sustainable or financially strong, please don't be depending solely on government's money. No, don't do it. All people who are wealthy or millionaires or people who are well to do, they are not government workers. No. If you're a government worker, once you say you're a government worker, everybody knows you are not earning much. Unless maybe you steal. Apart from stealing, you cannot, because those monies are small. However, if you are into farming, you are into business, you are into other economic activities, then you are likely to be financially independent a bit. So please think about that one. You can sell something to get it. You can have maybe a shop to accommodate the teaching money. Imagine the whole year. I don't know, me for an example, the whole year, the last time I checked, I'm supposed to take like 70,000 for the whole year. And I said, 70,000 for the whole year, excluding tax. So let's say I pay tax of 10,000 or 20,000. That means the whole year 50,000 when you buy 5,000. So the question I ask myself, my rent alone is 1,000 this month. I've not come to any utility. My dependents are also there. Those who depend on me for survival, they are there. So the question is, how am I going to save? Meaning you cannot save. What do you have to do? You have to look for outside or elsewhere for support. Either you try to get business alongside, or you get something somewhere, or you update yourself so that maybe you get certificates to come and improve upon. And I'm happy that all of you here, I think that's what you are doing. Though yours is switch, meaning you are just switching. So I don't know whether after switching you get more money or not. As I'm encouraging you to go into additional source of fund for yourself, and that's going to help you. So far, I think farming, those in farming areas, you can do so. Not necessarily you yourself doing, but you can be a farm owner. People will work for you. You only put in your resources. Okay, then you are all to go. Me myself, I deal with people for travel and talk, and it generates a lot of money. Honestly, I bought some car in the 2023 around 120,000. I didn't use one CD of my money. Again, last year and this year, one of a plot I bought is almost 200,000. I never used my one CD for it. For the government money, not any one of my what do you call it? Employment money here. So there are things from outside. Okay, then you put it in. So by the time you realize you have some for your family, you have some for yourself, you have some maybe small saving to accommodate for you, then you are all to go. Right. So let's look
Hello, sir.
To yourself, will that money be able to cater for you? Unfortunate thing is that if you go on pension today, I'm told every money that you are taking, they divide into three, eh? And then they take out even not the whole money, oh, the basic one. So assuming your basic salary is around, let's say 3,000, they will divide that one into three and give you one. Can you imagine 1,000 cedis? Assuming you are a senior, maybe you are headmaster, and everybody know you are on pension, and you go to you and every day you have thousands. What are you going to use that money for? That's not going to be enough. So you need to have something beside you to generate additional money, a source of money to help you. Sorry for using your time here, but I think it's important. Else, we need to generate extra money to make ourselves growing at all time. Okay. And that's going to help us a lot. Okay. Thank you for your time. So another problem has to do with soil exhaustion. For instance, some soils are so loose, okay, or has lost its fertility such that they are not able to accommodate enough cocoa plants for high crop yields. So basically, they are not able to generate enough, okay, and so we have that soil low soil fertility there. Then transportation of cocoa beans or from the cocoa itself to the towns are also not easy. So they say the facilities are not good for transport facilities are not good, okay, in most of cocoa growing areas. But I'm told there's a fund, they call it cocoa rows, a fund that they use for the production of roads to cocoa growing areas. And unfortunately, most of them, we are told they are untied road type, and it's not easy when it's rainy season for most of them to go. Then another thing has to do with the pricing of cocoa. At times, it's being determined by foreigners, those who are even buying it from you. This thing at times I don't understand. The whole world, I think Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire alone produce about 90% of cocoa in the world. These two countries, Ghana, our mother Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire can just sit down and decide that they are going to have maybe 100 industries in Ghana here. Let's say even 100 is too much. Let's say 50 for Ghana, 50 for Cote d'Ivoire. Let's produce and convert the cocoa beans into semi-finished products before we sell it. That will alone generate huge sums of employment, huge sums of revenue to government and the whole country and everybody. Apart from that, you may decide to hold the cocoa. You will not sell it until the price, the two of you determine the price in the world market as you process it in the industrial form and you keep them. And that's all. Why do you produce the cocoa? Somebody sits somewhere in, let's say, Europe and decide, I'll give you 1 cedi, I'll give you 2 cedis. If you like, bring it. And we are happy. Just go ahead and give it to them. This is my language. This is becoming like, we are insane. Something's wrong with our mind. In fact, academics, we can say that, or you say it's senseless. Doesn't make sense. We need to sit down and think and look at how best we can process our produce in a finished or semi-finished product. Or we can even do it here. Those who need it in foreign country, then you come and buy. In fact, I bought one of the chocolates in UK. The way it was delicious there. I was shocked. And they were producing it in UK. So they buy it and then do it there. Very nice one. In Ghana here, we don't have it. It's very funny. Sorry anyway for laughing. It's very funny. So we could have done that one here. Then they also come and buy. We tax them and then we generate other additional revenue, the employment and other things for our country. Unfortunately, we don't do. So when you people become lead, please do well and then help. And then let's move away from these old ideologies and come with the new people, the JZs and then the Alpha group. Let's be with them so that we understand them and it helps. Yes, who wants to talk?
The problem is that Ghana here, since research shows that it's only 4%. Those we use the cocoa that we produce just 4%. The rest we just use it and then we sell it, and we are selling it in the raw state. That is the primary production. If we were to be able to change it to the secondary production, that one the price would have been somehow good. But we are selling
Yes,
them in the raw state, the primary production. That is the
yes,
problem
yes,
that I am saying.
yes. Yes, thank you. It's a worry. In fact, my worry is Ghana, we need employment. All many youth don't have work to do. The only thing that will solve that problem is setting up factories. That is all. The reason many people are commending factory is that factory employs skilled and unskilled laborers. That is all. So people who have not been to school before, they'll get something to in there. Some will be, excuse my language, cleaners there. It's a work that we do in Europe. Many people, me myself, when I went, I did cleaning. You go and do cleaning and you get money. It's government regulated, so the money is the same as somebody working there. So some are even far better than that one. Some are security. There, some will direct trucks. Some will be drivers. And we get so many people there. And in Ghana here, they constitute majority of the people who are not employed. And for those who are educated, if the system becomes so hard, they find elsewhere that they go and they are okay. But the unemployed is so, I say unemployed, uneducated or semi-educated people. The unemployment is too high for them. And once we have factories that produce this thing, or cocoa factories, like in Ghana here, you have like 50 of them. You see the way to employ almost everybody in the country. And basic thing we say we will not do. There's something, honestly. Sorry, anyway, it's something. So, then another problem that we talk about has to do with okay, we talk about the pricing, the facility, soil infertility. Then government of Ghana is trying to solve their problems. And so I think they have one that they call it cocoa mass spraying exercise. Okay, that they normally do. I don't know how many times they do it. They used to do it a lot. In fact, I remember President Kufuor's era. That's why they started this thing. At the time, I was in with one cocoa farmer. So I remember very well. They used to come and do it on a large scale. Okay, I don't know whether it's still there. Then government does that to do that. And then again, inadequate fund. Government says that there's some kind of agricultural development banks and the rural banks that are purposely set up to provide financial support in the form of credit, either to the farmers themselves or in the form of corporate societies. So maybe a group of farmers can come together and then go and secure the loan. I don't know whether Agricultural Development Bank, the one they call ADB, is still doing that at an affordable rate. So cocoa loans, for an example, supposed to be like maybe less than 5%. Today, I think the lowest interest rate is around 20 or so in Ghana, unless it's an institutional one, maybe UTAG or NAT or NAGRAT loan. That's around 10 to 15 or so. The rest, they are huge ones or high interest rate, and most of the farmers cannot afford. You go for maybe 2,000, and then the day you pay like 10,000. At times 3, times 4, times 5, and that's too high. Many of them will not be able to pay. Meanwhile, it's supposed to be low, and that's why ADB was set up to provide loans for agricultural people or agricultural products. Unfortunately, the main purpose is set up probably is not done. So these are some of the ways that we are government of Ghana is doing to address it. Okay, so they have the transport. Government of Ghana is doing some soil infertility. Something is ongoing. I think another one has to do with the cocoa diseases. I think this has been repeated. Sorry, the repeated session. Okay, then we come to problems limiting food production in Ghana. In fact, this one is in general. So you see that all the other cash crops you didn't talk about, except cocoa, which is the most principal cash crop for Ghana, and you get a lot of foreign exchange from that. So the next one, we are looking at factors limiting food production in Ghana. In fact, in Ghana, food is costly nowadays. Some places they are a little bit okay. I think Sunyani, I've been in Sunyani for sandwich teaching, and it's quite okay. One say relatively average. Some places like Cape Coast, food is expensive. I don't know for Northern Ghana. Accra, for an example, is quite okay. Even in Agugu here, where we think we have a lot of food, farm produce. If you are going to eat fufu, like me who like a lot of fufu and things, you have to get at least 50 cedis. You buy fufu 20 cedis. You buy all Because some, I think the lowest they take is 15 cities also. Some Toba, when you go there, they don't sell it less than 15 cities. The people alone, the minimum at some 20 cities, some are 15 cities. Yes. And then the meat or your fish too, you get it around 20 cities, 30 cities. Some of them, I think the lowest is 20 cities. Like the fish, for example, they don't have like 10 cities and 5 cities. So the minimum will be 20. So if you get 30, 20, you are all to go for the day. And you need like 50 cities at least. But somewhere in Kumasi, you get it lower. Okay, so that you are all to go. So something is totally wrong. And ideally, we need to look at those limiting factors. Prices of foods are supposed to be a little bit cheaper. In fact, in Europe, food is very cheap. Honestly, it's very cheap. And so for them, they've made their economy such that things that are in demand or always favor majority of people, the prices are low, except those that are for a certain category of people. For example, the celebrities, high class people. So at times they even produce specific cars for specific people so that they will get more money from them, like the musicians, the footballers. They have, if you have noticed them in Europe, they have a specific type of car, even plane. They do it solely for some people. They can customize it for them so that they generate all the money that they have. As you don't get anything. You don't want them to be a little bit the same as those of us, the ordinary person, as they keep all their money. So they also want to get the money from them. And they produce something new, something flashy, and then the people will buy and then they get the money from them. So let's look at some of them. One, pest and diseases affect many of some of the farm produce that we produce in Ghana. I remember some time ago, there was this insect that attacked many maize production in maize farms in Ghana. Please, what is the name of that insect? Who is a maize
Like
farmer here?
Swollen shoot.
No, the fall armworm.
Fall
Yes,
armyworms.
armyworm.
Yeah,
Yes, the
Yeah.
armyworm. Yes, they destroy a lot of farms in Ghana. I remember well. So the ones that they have bears, rodents, insects, but the one that I'm talking about, some of them are not here. This one is for cuckoo. The swollen shoot, for an example, is for cuckoo. But the one for this is the armyworm. So please, you add it to your note and use it. Try and remember when you go online, see the and then what other diseases again that attack different ones? So cassava, they have cassava rosettes, for an example. They are also insects that attack cassava. And these ones limit production of cassava. What about plantain? How are they destroyed? Yeah, who is a plantain farmer? Okay, some of the plantain one I've never, I've not come across any disease, but I know these animals, these people, what do you call the Fulanis in Agugu. Agugu area is solely or mainly for production of plantain. Okay, and if you have heard that the Fulanis destroy a lot of farmlands in Agugu, at a point they introduced shoot and kill system. Think about some 5 years, 6 years ago in Agugu here. But it's not closer to town. But since I came here, I've not seen the Fulani. They say they are very far away from the town. Okay. And they destroy a lot of people's farm. I'm told some of them, when you go, all their cassava, their maize, their plantain, the animals will graze all of them and then destroy it. So they have that one to be there. And they also limit production of certain crops depending on the degree of their destruction. Then another factor is soil infertility or depletion of the soil fertility. Okay, so continuous cropping, overcropping, and leaching usually cause loss of soil fertility and result in low crops yields. And then climatic condition too is also another one. Then seasonal bushfire. And I think seasonal bushfire normally has to do with those in Savannah, Guinea Savannah, and then the southeastern coast, okay, of Ghana. Okay, I think these are some of the problems that you can talk about. Now let's look at measures to improve food production. So there's some kind of reduction in taxes on insecticides and then pesticides, and also some freeze-free of these pesticides and insecticides. Sorry, these diseases in farms. So if you take cocoa for an example, we have the cocoa mass spraying, for instance, that is done by Ghana government. And then I'm told most of the agriculture produce, the tax is reduced so that the price will not be high. Okay. So we decide for an example, and then condemn and co, the price are relatively cheaper as compared to if the normal taxes are on it, that would have been high. So I'm told condemn is around 40 cedis, 50 cedis or so per the bottle that they normally sell. So if the prices were there to be like 100 cedis, 150 cedis, which will make the price high, and a lot of people will maybe go away. They not like to purchase them and use it. Okay, so I think that is that for this session. Okay, last one that I wanted to talk about has to do with cattle rearing in Ghana. So we talk about mixed farming, we talk about plant production. Now we are going to talk about animal production. So here we are talking about rearing of domesticated animals, either for sale or for consumption. And areas that we can see most of them are Sudan, Guinea, and then I think south eastern coast of Ghana. These three areas are mainly meant for rearing of animals. Okay, so let's look at the areas. We say cattle rearing. So this one, they've made it in a certain categorization where these certain animals are being reared. So we have cattle one, and they are found in Sudan, Guinea, grasslands. Okay, and many of the people there or the towns include Pusiga, Wishigu, and Bimbila. So when you go to those areas, most of the things that they do or main economic activity will be rearing of these cattle. Okay, and then we also have some in southern Ghana, areas like Accra Plains, for example, Winneba area, Cape Coast, Azim, and then Ketaho Plains. We also have some. And then in forest areas like Sunyani, the last time I went to Sunyani, they have 5 cities, what do you call it? Cow meat, our shop at Choba. In Abuja here, you will not get, though we have some here, you will not get 5 cities. The lowest is 10 cities. It's like 5 cities. But Sunyani, I think they are in large, what do you call, production. And so it's relatively cheaper. Then they also have some in Wenchi, Takwa, and some around Kumasi area. Maybe I will be part of Kumasi. And the people who are mostly into this are, we call them the Fulanis of West Africa. Okay. Yes, that's what we normally see. So here they say cattle reared in Ghana include these are the typical type of the cattle that they normally do. We call them Indama, Zimbu, and the white Fulanis. Okay, and then we also have one that they call it West African Shorthorns. So they rear them, and most of the people who normally do this are the Fulani people that you know. You call them Fulani people of West Africa. It's believed that they migrated from parts of West Africa. In fact, we call them landless farmers. Landless farmers. They don't have farm, but wherever they go, they move with their cattle. So they are found in West Africa, wherever that you go. People don't know exactly where they come from. So we call them they look like multinational people. So some are from Ghana, some are from different countries, and then they will be together. It's their culture. They move along with their cultural thing. Okay, so that's how they are. And I'm told UN has a certain specific regulation for them. So if they are in Ghana here, they are not from Ghana. When they come, you accept them as citizens of that country. That's what we need to do. We have to accept them. Some are, because their descendants, I'm told, were from some far away in northern Ghana, and then they settled in West Africa. It's long ago. So even if you are to trace them, we don't know where they come from. Okay, that's why we normally proper term that they use is Fulani of West Africa. So we know that they are in West Africa, but they don't have nationality. Some don't have unless maybe they come to Ghana and then they acquire Ghana passport. Okay, some will be Togolese, some will be Algerians, some will be Ghanaians alongside because they move along. Okay. Is there any cattle rearer or cattle farmer here? Any cattle farmer here to educate us on cattle rearing or say something about this, how lucrative it is, so that we can go into it if it is value for money? No one. Okay. Now let's look at factors favoring rearing of cattle. One is availability of pasture in Ghana. So in Ghana, we have 3 types of grassland. Okay. So we have the coastal grassland. Okay. And those ones we said is mostly in the southeastern part of Ghana. And then we have the Guinea savanna, and then we have the Sudan savanna. These are the 3 main type of grasslands that serve as pasture for livestock. And that's why we have them. So they are here. We have pasture in Ghana and the animal feed on that. And then we also have availability of water in some parts of areas where they are produced. Okay. And normally around 800 to 1,250 millimeters annually. An example is the one at Waterloo. They say they have a number of rivers that enters that lake. So most of the animals are being sent there to maybe drink water from rivers, ponds, lakes, and others. Okay, so that they can survive. In northern Ghana, for example, Ghana government instituted a program they call One Village, One Dam. The purpose is to supply water to farm animals and crops production. I don't know how it is. Who is around one dam, one village, one dam in northern Ghana? Is there anyone in northeast, northwest Savannah who has or have seen one village, one dam there?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Tell us about the dam and its importance. Something more about it and how it's helping the production of other animals or any farm produce.
Okay.
Okay.
We have one in the Upper East region that is located in Fumbisi, but that particular dam was already there before the introduction of the One Village, One Dam.
Oh.
And that particular dam serves as a drinking water for animals, and it doesn't dry up actually.
Okay.
Yes, and some people too, because of the mud kind of buildings, people even go there to fetch that water for building as well. And it's a very big dam. As at now, it's still the inspection.
Yes, the gentleman too. Thank you, madam.
I'm from the Pusiga area. So talking about the one district, one dam, actually they came and constructed a lot around our area. But the unfortunate thing is that most of them, they couldn't serve their purpose because they ended up drying up. However, we have one around the Garu area. That's a bigger dam. And that one up to now it is still there. And anytime animals feel like drinking, they can just walk there and drink and go their way. And some even use it for this irrigation purpose. They use it to do small farming like growing of pepper, cabbage, onions, and what have you. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
That's nice. Thank you all for your contribution. I'm very grateful. So that's the purpose of the One Village, One Dam. We are hoping that this thing should have continued. In fact, SY government, that's MPP government, there are things that I think they wanted to do. They done some, or maybe they didn't do. I don't know. One has to do with that One Village, One Dam. It should have continued. New government should continue. Another one is One District, One Factory. We need the factories. But those two things, I'm not a farmer, but I wish any government who comes to office should do that one because it's important and it serves the needs of majority of Ghanaians. If you like, take your monthly salary into consideration and see that how much you earn a month mostly are spent on disposable things like food, basic things, which in actual sense shouldn't have been. Okay. So if the products are in large quantities, the price becomes low and you'll be able to buy it and then you also feel comfortable. Okay. There are a lot of Ghanaians who are not getting 3 meals a day to eat because the price is expensive. For example, if you are an apprentice in Kumasi or Accra, a day you spend like more than 100 Ghana, or let's say maximum 100 Ghana. How are you going to live? Because in the morning you eat 50 cedis cry a month, meaning them 50 cedis a day. I don't know whether 50 cedis will be okay, but what and other things will be like 20 cedis minimum. Morning you eat like 20 cedis. That's 40 cedis. In the evening you may decide to do fasting 10 cedis. And that's 50 cedis a month, 1,500 plus your rent plus other things. It's going to be more expensive. But if the price you can get like maybe 100 Ghana for the whole month for food, then you are all to go. So I think those of you who are into governance or who are into politics and others, please, there are things that majority of Ghanaians are looking out for. Help Ghana to get them. For us teaching like this, you're a little bit okay. You will not be added to the other ones. But remember, those people depend on us for survival, and our life also depend is in their hands. If this today they say that they are not going to, they hijack the system or governance. Also, we are all them. So we need to cater for them and think for them as well. Okay, so these are some of the important factors that are favoring production of cattle rearing in northern Ghana. So I think that will be all other. So this map talks about areas where cattle are being reared. Okay, so you can just go through the map. Today, there, my time will definitely not be now. So the next one we want to talk about is a system of animal rearing. We call them ruminants or domesticated ruminants. Those that are meant for consumption, industrial, and other things. But here too, some are also for other reasons. So they say that they are classified as livestock for other, they prepare the feed for them or they leave them on their own. And there are three main types of them. They have the nomadic pastoralism, transhumans, and then sedentary one. Okay. The nomadic ones are those that they normally follow the animals in searching for feed. So they say that this type refers to moving livestock from one place to another in searching for feeding grounds. So here, the people will be moving their animals. They are looking for where they can get pasture or grounds that are edible to the animals so that they can feed on, right? So they say that in West Africa, it is practiced in arid areas. When you say arid, meaning dry environment. So the rest, they will talk about all of them. So the people involved are the Fulanis and the Tuaregs, for instance. They are mostly into this, right? So please, I wanted you to read this one. Examples of the livestock are cattle, sheep, goats, camel, and others. They rear all these ones. Okay. They say that the animals are owned by individuals who keep them, who keep on moving the livestock. So some they live from maybe let's say Agogo. They can stay here for next 10 years and then they move on to maybe Kumasi. They stay in Kumasi for another 20 years. Then they move them to another place. So they are always moving. That's why we call them landless people. They are just moving and following the animals. And they say that the animals are kept for subsistence, prestige, and then the pride or bride price, for instance. So for subsistence farming, just to produce to keep their family going and a small community going, okay, so that they can get something to supplement themselves. And then for prestige, I'm told that some own huge animal farm or huge livestock, and it's a prestige. Some are even treated as king because of the number of livestock that you have. Yes, and then as others are for pride. I think one man, Alhaji Grusa, the one who was owner of King Faisal. Hey, so why is King Faisal? And it was that man owns a huge sums of a huge livestock. Okay, and it's a kind of prestige. People see, say, hey, this one, the man is wealthy. okay, you have something, because I'm told it's a huge one. One is not easy to come by. Like ordinary teacher like me, I'll not be able to come by that. Okay, maybe around somewhere 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. How are you going to use the whole year salary to buy one farm animal? That's not easy. So if you see people owning like maybe 500,000, 2,000, you can do your own calculation and say that yes, the man is or the woman is a worthy person. And then I'm told it's also used for bride price. Uh, who can speak on bride price here in relation to a livestock? That it is one of the ways to contract marriage. Who can speak to this one, or who have witnessed some before? Yeah, what they normally do is that if you are going to marry somebody, they can tell you to bring one of the farm animals as a bride price. Please, are you people aware? I want those who have witnessed this to give us education, something small on that.
Okay, then let me come in.
Okay.
I'm from the Pusga area. I think I spoke earlier and I mentioned that. So actually, yeah, we have different people with different background and different tradition.
Okay.
Just because of this Islam and Christianity, it is now fading away. But some still practice it. So we have families, you go seeking their daughter's hand in marriage, and they'll tell you that we don't have problem. But our problem is that you have to bring 3 cows. Some will say 4, some will say 5. And some, even if they mention like 4 and you cannot give 4 at a go, you can give like 2 or 1. Then the remaining 2 or 3 for you to complete or pay later before they will agree for you to go ahead and do either your Islamic marriage or Christian marriage. So that is what we have been witnessing around this area.
Okay, let me also add. Let me add something.
Okay. So yeah, add something.
Also, I'm also from the Upper East Bongo district, to be precise.
Okay.
And we are like the Gruni speaking people. So mostly the Gruni speaking people, we marry with 3 cows.
Okay.
But we have the others like the Nabdam and then the Talented area that marry with 4 cows. And sometimes the Gruni speaking area, you can either do it the 3 cows or you do 2 and then 7 sheep. 2 cows, 7 sheep, or you just do all 3 cows. But what is also worthy of taking note of is we don't dare with the male one. It's only the female ones.
The females. What is the reason
so in
for
the
that?
event that you are having the animals in your house and you want to use them, it's just a belief. So when you are even you are in a situation where you cannot do anything, you have the male one. If you are sending one male one, then you have to add 1 sheep. To, like they say, to take off the testicles of the male cow you are sending. You know, we marry and they believe it to marry and then reproduce. So therefore, you don't, and they believe that the women that produce. So therefore, you don't send the male cows to go and dairy. So that is the belief we have.
Okay. So in a situation where we don't have animals, what are they going to do? Assuming, me for an example, I'm in Ashanti region. I've not witnessed that, not like even witness. I don't rear animals. So if I'm coming to marry maybe one of your sisters and I'm to bring the cows, do I have to go and buy them, or what are you going to do? You can substitute it.
It's accepted for you to buy. It's not compulsory that you must bring it from your own house. You can buy.
Okay. Yeah. And this 3 cows will cost how much in terms of maybe in your area? How much will it cost?
The last, I'm a bit closer to Burkina Faso, so sometimes we go to the Burkina Faso market to buy. So the last time I went to their market, that was late last year, and I think the list was around 1,400, I mean 4,500.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
4,000.
that's the list. 4,000.
Okay,
That,
is it
that was
small
the
one?
list.
Is it a small type? Because what I know in Southern here, or because of my location, it will be around
You know,
10,000.
we have the breed. You know, we have some of them, the ones that are very tall ones. You know, they are the Burkina Faso breed, but they have our local breed too over there. So, but
Okay.
normally you don't also go with the big, like they don't look for like maybe a fat one. You should bring one that probably is yet to even give birth.
Okay.
So they are normally like young ones, not like you should bring the big. They are not looking for the size. Like it should just be sizable. It shouldn't be a very young one, but it should not just be a cow that has produced maybe about 2, 3, and it's about to end. So for the size, we don't consider. So that was there, but I think by now the price should be a bit higher. That was then, but it should be a bit higher now.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you all for your contributions. So that's how animals can be kept for bride price. Okay. Then the next one is transhumance. And this is the movement of livestock from one physical environment to another physical environment within or according to seasons. So if I'm in Agogo during the dry season, so that animals can get pasture here, I will move to Kumasi in another season so that they can get more water there, or for another what do you call pasture. If I think that the weather condition is not favorable here, then they go. So the main reason for their movements is the climatic condition, or for them to get change in what do you call it, the climatic condition. Apart from that, get food to feed on depending on the season that they move. So in the dry season, for example, in Agogo here, you are not going to get most of the farm feeding for your animals. So you have to move them to another place so that they can go and get. And these things are done seasonally or on a yearly basis. And we call that one transhumance. Okay, I think people involved, you have already talked about them, Fulanis, and then they move their cattle in horizontal and vertical. Okay, that's the movement. They can move up, they can move down, or left or right, depending on where they can get some of these feeding to feed their animals. And then I think they follow. So the other one we can consider then advantages of them. Advantages of transhumance: there's little or no danger of overgrazing because the animals are all time on the move. So they are moving the animals. So they will not be at one place for them to be disturbing people for a long period of time. No. And then one thing, pest and diseases are also minimized because they move from one climatic environment to another. So we can talk about that one. Then disadvantage: they are mostly done in densely populated areas and arable farm, like the one in Agogo. That's why they disturb them a lot. Okay, so I think the rest we can move on to. Then we talk about general problems facing rearing of animals in Ghana. So water shortage during the dry season is one. So Ghana government want to do the one village, one dam to feed that one. Please support any government that initiates good policies for your district, especially if it is within your district, it's within your capacity to do, and also you think that it will favor the entire country. Please, let's all support, irrespective of the political party that we find ourselves. If the country broke, we dey inside. If it doesn't broke, we dey inside. But you don't want it to broke. Let it be strong and sustainable for our livelihood. Okay. Then another one is first and diseases that also attacks the fly. The tete flies too. They are also dangerous to those animals. So we need to also control that one too. Then inadequate market for some of them, but mostly in Ghana they have adequate market for them. So I think these are some of them. Then we talk about importance. Of course, creation of employment is the source of industrial products or raw materials for our industries. They produce food for us, revenue and co. So these are all that we are supposed to do for unit 6 or chapter 6. We are now going to start today's lesson, which is I think there's still other thing here. And then we can also talk about source of fresh fish. Now, I think we've done this one already. Sorry, we have done this one. At the first session, we did this one, and then plantation. So this is all for Unit 6. We are now going to do what we are supposed to do for today, which is Unit 7 and Unit 8. They are not that difficult. So you'll be able to also go through that one. And then I think we are supposed to end the class today. All things being equal. Is any questions so far? Please, any question under this before I upload new slide?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please, mine is not a question, but it's a contribution.
Thank you.
The kettle. I think earlier on you said that as teachers or as public workers, it's advisable that we get other means of income. And as you are emphasizing or talking about cattle rearing, I think it's one of the lucrative ventures that we can actually focus on if we have a parcel of land around wherever we find ourselves. It's very, very lucrative, and then it can also help us in so many ways. So if we can equally divert our attention to that, it will be of help to us. That's the little that I want to contribute, sir.
Okay. Are you a cattle rearer yourself? A cattle farmer yourself?
Yes, please. I'm into farming. I have cashew and I also do the cattle. So I know what I'm talking about, especially the emphasis that you place on cocoa and all those kind of things. And even as we, the teachers, one of the problems that we have been encountering, you see, in our early life, we have this notion that farming is for poor people. That was the perception that people used to have, especially those of us from the south and those of us living in the cities. But then, if you're a teacher living in other communities or wherever that you find yourself, even cassava, so if you put a cassava and you have a family of 3, it can feed you for the whole year. So we can equally do this, even if it is not on cash basis that we will produce and sell. We can use all these measures to sustain ourselves, so that the little that we earn during the end of the month, we can also divert that one to other sources. So that is my small contribution, sir.
Thank you very much. We are grateful. This who is a snail farmer here? Snail. I'm told that farming too is booming nowadays. There's one guy who was into snails farming. Do you have one here? Okay. Apart from teaching, what work do you people do again? Let me ask. Which any other different work do you people think that is lucrative and people should go into it? You can unmute yourself and talk. Apart from teaching, any work that you do you think that is booming?
Sure.
So one thing that I would like to place more emphasis on to is land for building. If we can actually also invest in land, so I'm telling you, it's one of the most lucrative ventures that you can think of. Especially where I live. I actually stayed in Brekum. There is a community called Donfete. So the rate at which people are building, if you buy a land for say 20,000 in less than 6 months, or even exaggerated 12 months, you have the potential of making 100% profit or even more from the land. So the area that you find yourself, and then you think the development is actually moving, and you see that it's one of the assets too. It doesn't depreciate. Yes, it appreciates with time. So the more you can even live it, the more that you have the potential of making more income. So we can actually also divert our attention to that particular sector. It's very, very lucrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just do this one. I think land, yes, it does a lot. Most of us, our income is small. So if you have money, this one is to those who have money. You know, all hands are not the same. If you have money or somewhere or you can do that, you do. Okay, that's fine. If, for example, the land that I bought 200,000. Somebody came that he wants to buy 300,000 and use it for schooling. I didn't agree. I bought it just last year.
Yes.
I think last year. And he said just last year for now, yeah, adding another 100,000.
If you can leave it for 3 years. Yes.
3 years, I can sell it like 500,000 Ghana. Okay, the
Yeah.
plot is.
So imagine if you have the capacity to buy more.
No, for that area, I will not get the capacity. It's too expensive. Like 200,000. Too expensive. Thank you. Thank you. So for the land, that one there is okay. Yeah. It's about 10 plots of land or so that I bought. I had it very cheap. The guy wanted to sell at expensive, but he didn't know. And he's also doing operations. So I used a very nice way and bought it at that price. Okay. So who wanted to speak again and ask something? Our ladies, what are you doing? Oh, no lady, no.
Sir, share nut farming. Share nut. Share nut is also another.
So sir, how it's supposed to be done. For example, somebody told me to buy this one. What do you call them? Bears. Those who deal with bears, they can, for them, maybe they produce from, maybe they sell it to Kumasi, or some they go to northern Ghana, trade in gold, cheap, and bring it to Kumasi and Accra and sell it to tour bars and other restaurants. That's also another way I'm told there's a lot of money in. Those who are from northern Ghana and you are coming to Kumasi, you see what they do. When they are coming, the guy is a teacher. He said that you go to the northern Ghana and buy goods and sheep at and then cattle, cheap price. I think cattle is not price, say sheep and goat. And then we bring it to Kumasi, look for people and then sell it cheap. Then when he's going back, then he take things from here and send it back again. He does it, he said once in 2 months, once in 3 months, and it's giving him a lot of money. He said you go once and get like 5,000, 10,000, depending on the market. So imagine how he's also making money. So there are other avenues that you can generate money. Madam, sorry for cutting you short. Yes, coming in again, or a different person.
So sir, we the women to some, I for one, I import from Nigeria. I buy things, fabrics in bills. Then I also distribute in wholesale and retail, and it's lucrative too.
Yes.
But once you have also given us ideas, we also work towards them.
Yes, thank you. Nigeria, when you go, I've been to Lagos once and then Abuja once. The one that the women use on their hair, what do you call it?
Weights.
Yes, the weights. The prices are very cheap. So have you noticed it in Nigeria?
Yes, they are very, very cheap there.
Yes.
And drinks
So
too are cheap. Very cheap.
Oh, okay. So you can also add that one and bring it to Ghana at very cheap price, because that's also going to help you.
Okay,
thank you. Any other one? I think somebody wanted to speak. See, the school that we are going in, all these things that we are learning, the essence is to make you better. Some can go into business and schooling, and you are all to go. Some you can even go to school and then go into a certain industry where you can get a lot of money. Wherever you are okay. Most of us, the reason why we want degree, you want this is to better our condition. But if you are getting better condition in your environment, you will not come here. In fact, most of the millionaires and they are not educated people. They are into business. That's all. Business gives money. For that one, no doubt. It gives money. That is all. Someone, you can sell the thing to somebody at 1 city, others at 5 cities. And within seconds, you get like 10,000 and you are all to go. Or maybe 50,000 and you are all to go. So please, let's move more into other things that will give us source of income. And we are all to go. Is any other one to add? If not, then we start chapter 3. Sorry, chapter 7. Okay. So Is it time? Okay, it's not time for break. We are not starting today, so now I'll move faster here. This one is just like what you have learned already, but just that the other one was economic activities that are into other ones are the large ones. Okay, we have medium one, we have small size, and then we have the larger one. But what we are going to talk about, Ghana one, we call it cottage industry. They are not all that big ones, so they are into basic handicrafts kind of thing, which are in large scale in Ghana here. So quickly, let's go through and see. Say there are cottage industries and factories of various skills. Okay, so here the skills can be either small, medium, or large, depending on where it's located. So let's start with the cottage industry. They say these are industries. Please know their definition. They are industries that are into handicrafts or handicrafts for consumption. So meaning they manufacture things like this one. Look at the name, handicrafts. Something like they call it smithing or blacksmithing. They normally into iron and gold. Their examples are pottery, weaving, smoke, basketry, brewing, wood carving, leather work, and coal. About iron and gold, for an example. We have pottery one, we have weaving of clothes, and here we talk about kente and smoke. For instance, kente mostly in Bunyure in Ashanti, smoke mostly in the northern Ghana, for instance. And then we have wood carving, we have pito brewing, we have basketry and leather works. All these are called cottage industries. Characteristics: one, they are small scale industries, and then they employ few number of people, basically 6 or less. And then the labor force is usually composed of sole proprietor and some few apprentices or hired labor that will be on the farm, or that will be that will be on the industry. And they have also little capital, and as I talk about, provided by the sole proprietor, the one who came up with the idea and then supplied those ones. And then they say that they are mostly handmade, with most of the raw materials being sourced from the local environment. So here, cottage industries are mostly handmade. Handmade means something like wood carving, for example. Use your hand and little effort, your strength. Ito brewing, for example, use your hand. Painting, weaving, use your hand. Smoke, use your hand. Pottery, most of them, they are handy or handmade. Okay, let's look at the allocation of some of them. So we are going to mention them, and you tell me. In fact, this one too, those of you who are into this, it's also money. When I come to KK, I have a colleague I teach with at the college here, and that colleague is into kente weaving. He told me he makes a lot of money from kente. And so most of our students, when they are going to marry, they will put it on the status and the students platform. If you want to marry and you need kente, come to him. And he supply a very nice one to them. He himself is doing. Now that we are on vacation, you go and see him mostly on the status, put it there, and they'll be weaving them. And then he said he has about 4 or 5 people who are there. So if he's not there, somebody is there. Others make order and then he sell. You see how it is. So please, let's go into at least something. Okay, something small. Find something and then start doing. Don't sit and depend on monthly salary. You will be poor. That one, no doubt about that. Monthly salary is not enough. Never depend on that. Find other source. At least 1 or 2 or more is okay. And if you get additional one, it's improvement. And then you move on from there. Okay. Let me also use this opportunity to advise. Maybe I will not get some of you again. Advise those of us who are not married at all. Whether you are for you, man, you don't do that mistake. Men, we do that mistake. If you are not married and you are going to marry, or you are not dating, you are not married, you are not dating, you are not going to date, please date people who are working. Don't date people who are not working. That's also going to be another stressful thing. Unless that person into apprentice or into maybe it's a student or something that you think the end product or at the end of the day is going to go into maybe work and give you something. But if you marry somebody who is not going to work at all, and that the person is going to depend on you, please think about it again. Life is becoming more expensive nowadays, and everything comes to you. If you are not careful, you are going to have a lot of problems at home. So think about it once again. Okay, please don't be offended anyway. If you are into relationship, go ahead. No, that one, no problem. If you are married, go ahead. But if you are not married, you are not into relationship, you are not planning to get married, please consider my proposal. Maybe that will also help you in future. Okay. So one of these can also help you if you are going into this cottage industry. So first one is poultry, for instance, and they say they are done in Agomenya in Dangbe West State. One is also in Medoma in Ashanti region. Okay. Then they also have bees making. Important area is Dodowa, for instance. And bees, I think, is it only the one that the women make? What about the one that we put it on our hand, like the waist side? Is it also part of it? So that we can, because me, I like wearing it. At times I put some on my, what do you call it? Hand, and then some on our neck, for example, and it looks very nice. I have some when I'm going out, like west kind of thing. I just put it on for fun. That kind. It's nice. And then the bees too, the one that the women put on their waist. It's fanciful too. It's a fun to read the men. Eh? Okay, some like it. Like if they are with you in bed. I think no one is less than 18 years here. Sorry, you. Is anyone less than 18 years here?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
What do you mean by no?
Yes, sir.
Oh, if someone is less than 18 years, then sorry for saying that. Sorry. This is a disclaimer.
We do have doctors and sons who are even writing their BC. Some are the SHS, and you are here telling us you are 18. Hey.
Some are even at the universities.
We are even about to have grandchildren.
Some are even at the universities.
Yes, my students here, some are younger. I think one student completed Agogo around, he said 20, 21 years. But that's more than 18 again. And we have those who are, in fact, those who are coming from college, most of them are younger. They are around, some are 19, 18, 20 years, and they complete it. Yeah, so if they come and then they also want to switch to secondary school, they will come and do the same program with you. You get it. So sorry for the disclaimer, but I think majority are into that. So the men too, I'm told it's a fun for us. When you are with your woman in bed and maybe you can have fun with that. So some even count them 1, 2, 3, and others too. I don't know how they. Who is into fun of that to educate us on that? And I'm told the women too, when you put it there, it makes your waist look nicer and culturally accepted. How true is that one too?
And snatched.
Or it also hold your skates and other things.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if you are into that, you look for areas where you can get the materials, and then the other one we have basketry also done in Dabuya, in the Bono, in Bungu district, for example, and then in Bogatanga too. Then we have wood carving, also carried out in Ashanti region. See where the names come from. Normally, it's from the district where the materials are found, or the local materials can easily be generated. Okay, so wood, for example, is mostly in deciduous areas, and so you come to Eburi, Tutu, Ekuyapem, and we are in Ashanti and other places. Okay. Then we have Kente region, for instance, in Bore in Ashanti region, and then Agwazume in Volta region too. You also have some there. Who is in Abosumi? Oh, I didn't pronounce the name well. Who is in Abosumi in Volta region? They say
It's
there's a Kente. Sorry?
Agbozuma.
Abosumi. Okay. Thank you for the pronunciation. So we also have this one there. Then we also have batik tie and dye, for instance, too. But it's also in Mashi sub metropolitan areas. Okay. In fact, this tie and dye batik and co, we wear some of them a lot. And they use it. Please, what do you use it for? In most cases, on which occasion do you use it for? Yes. Who is into batik tie and dye production? Yes. Okay, no one into that. And we have good it's also popular in Abonu, Oya Obuase, Kumeru, and then Asante Mampo, for example. We also have those. Then please control your microphone for us. Then we also have someone is laughing at me. Then we also have smoke so what they call making in Tamale, Wa, Bogatanga, and Co. So these are the areas. Then what else again? We also have Pito, so many of them. Okay, Pito is also an important one. Let's talk about. We also have Pito. That's also done in some parts of northern Ghana. Okay, who is into Pito production? Who is into Pito production? No one here. Okay. So let's look at factors favoring production of cottage industry. One, access to raw materials. In fact, most of the raw materials are from the local environments. For example, the wood, the clay, the hides, and then the metals, the cast metals, and others. They are supposed to be from the local environment. That's why they are found in local areas where the materials are being produced. Then another one is the skilled nature of the labor there. So the sole proprietor is mostly a skillful person or graduated apprentice who have also learned that one. So the person can pass all the training that he has learned. Remember, some of these things can be formal or informal. Okay. So for example, some into Kente, for instance, who will learn from the colleague who also learns from the parents because it's being passed on from one generation to another. But because it's a local handicraft, you'll be able to also impart the knowledge to another one, other apprentice or other form, and then they continue. And then in terms of the capital too, you don't need huge sums of capital to go into it. Okay, something small to start with. First, maybe you get like 100 Ghana or 150 Ghana cedis. Mostly 100 Ghana to register the business. That's the first thing. Then, if you have people who can supply you the local destiny, then you start buying the materials that you can use for. Then you are all to go. Okay. In most of the go for an example, most are even not registered. Some of the business, many of them in Ghana are not registered. But you have to register to pay tax to the government. That one is important. Okay, so we have that one too. And of course, they also have the larger ones where maybe it's employ more, but most of these are small ones. And then in terms of the market too, they are for external or local production. And many too, when it is the time for tourist industries or some tourist industries go there or some people go and visit. So for an example, they take for an example, people we call them tourists. They can go there and then observe what is being done there, move around, and then I've not been there before, but some people go there basically for this. A typical place like Apostoko Sapu industry, for instance, and they produce so many things. He manufactures so many. Some are cars, some are for maybe fans and so many things. And so when you go there, you observe and then you learn something from the local, we call it local technology that they have employed in the production of some of the artifacts that you can learn it from that. I think that is okay. Then let's look at some of the importance of this. Normally, when you come to the importance, they are always the same. Generate foreign exchange, generate employment because we have people who are into this. We have the wood carvers, we have goldsmiths, we have basket weavers, we have pito brewers. So they are all there. And then they also serve as tourism, for example. Many cultural artifacts may be kept there. So people will go there and then observe and look at it. Of course, government also get generation. If you register your business, you pay tax to the government, and that's fine. So please, you try and then do so. Those who have registered to every year go and then pay your file your annual income tax. It's important. Okay, there are problems facing that one. At times they don't have enough capital to maybe expand the business. Okay, and then some of the raw materials to maybe facing some issues. For an example, you need wood. For instance, some of the woods today you cannot just go to the forest and cut the wood. At times you have to plant them yourself. You need to acquire the land. You need to have labor who do the thing for you before it will get to maybe a time that you have to go and then cut them. So all these things are issues that at times, and of course, in our Ashanti region and almost every part of Ghana, the roads are very poor. In fact, we have a poor transport system in Ghana. The last time who have been to Abuja before, in fact, even UK that have been to, they will never get that transport system in Abuja. They have 4 lanes at a go. So one of the roads that from one of the domestic airports that I like, is it Muhammad Ali Domestic Airport? No, they have so many domestic airports. In fact, I think Nigeria, Abuja alone or Lagos alone is bigger than Ghana. I'm here to find out because the environment is too big. And the roads, you have like 4 lanes, another 4 lane here, and then they will just be moving. The last time I got there, I said, they have this in Abuja. In fact, Lagos Korea is not having that one. I'm told they moved the capital from Lagos to Abuja. So that's the place is well developed. Honestly, for the road infrastructure, I have not been to many African countries, apart from maybe South Africa, but those 2 countries I've been to, there's no way they can compare themselves to Abuja. But for maybe other parts of the country might be poor. So they are poor in terms of financial and other things. Nigeria is, the economy is almost shrinking. It's just crashing like that. But in terms of road, they are number 1. For that one, there I can see those of you who have been to Abuja before, you can attest to that. Every road has a pedestrian lane. Every road, just like the one they have in Europe. Every road they have the pedestrian lane where you can walk, and then the place is nice. Just that it's a poor environment. The economic situation is poor. They are financial. In fact, 10,000. What do you call it? 50,000 naira. It's just like 400 Ghana cedis. Can you imagine 400 Ghana cedis, 50,000 naira? Ghana here always say 50,000 Ghana cedis. Imagine. So their money currency is poor. Then another one, the youth also show low interest in engaging in some of these. I think the problem has to do with the way that our culture is being moving to or transcended into. A typical example is some of us, the teachers, we do this thing. When I was at the basic school and secondary school, teachers, I remember we are told this. Even when your parents are farmers, it appears you are regarded as an inferior person. Okay, so it's just like the youth don't go into it. Another one is when somebody misbehave and you want to kill the person, then you say the person should go and work, go and read. So you are using reading as a punishment. And at the end of the day, you want children to go into farming. They will never go because they see it as a punishment. You see, so the way we talk in classroom, let's encourage people to go into farming and some of these industries, because our interest and the movies that we watch appears like it has taken over our youth. So when you tell the person to go and start small from somewhere, he doesn't want to go. All that he wants is he have a guy, the guy produces, get wherever they get the money, they are okay, and then they just go with. In reality, life doesn't work that way. You must start small and grow big. That's how the system is. People think that they will migrate from rural areas and go to town and the work is there. Or you move from Ghana and you go to Europe, the money is just lying down there. This doesn't work that way. So later they will be moving on, then they become frustrated in life, and it will appear like, I should have started 2 years, 3 years ago, and we still come back to zero. So please, let's know how we can also, especially those of you teaching at the JHS. Many students complete JHS, they don't continue. They go into the world of work. Please give them good advice, especially when they're about to graduate, like SS2, SS1, SSO, JHS or JHS2 and 3. Please talk to them. Let them start doing something, okay? When you go to secondary school, encourage them to do more, especially their parents are poor. Support them to do something to support themselves and then their family. It's okay, so that keep them moving. By the time they will graduate from primary JHS, they will have certain kind of mentality that I need to get something doing. I need not to depend on anyone. I need not to wait for government. Just let them have that concept or conscience, and we are all to go. They become independent and self-reliant, so that this kind of thing in society, where nowadays people are using this modernized, actually they call it oh, what's the name they give you to it? Hookup services, and then rendering sexual services in a very nice way, so that men will feel them. I really agree with many women on that. Honestly, there are some in my college here. We have some who go every weekend, and that's the work that they do. But you can also arrest them, and they don't also tell you they render service to people, and that's very bad. Meanwhile, you could have used that period to sell something, do something online, and to generate something, or you start something weekend. You can just take exit, or you take something and go home, watch go and take care of your business and come back and continue. No one restricts you from that. So please, let's talk to our youth. Let's talk to, especially those who are, if you are moving to secondary school, please talk to them. Let them start something doing. Let them have certain mindset that they are not supposed to depend on anyone. They should survive on their own. Let's teach them that way. And by the next 5 to 10, 20 years, society will change from that kind of dependency system to self-reliance, and Ghana becomes okay. I hope that will be fine. So that the youth will not have low interest in this busy thing that gives us source of life. Okay. Then another one is, at times some of these industries also face competition from other let's say industries from other countries, especially goods and services. Okay. For example, nowadays I'm told China is producing kente. Or was it kente? Which fabric is being produced in China? Recently, they were talking about it on radio, that if you are not careful, the market, it was kente. What? So can't we do it in a nice way? Because I remember some students were selling kente in UK when we were schooling on student platform. That those who need kente for something, they should order. Then you'll be selling them small, because that's what you can do. Some need it, and then you just quickly order it. You take the money, you get your share. You are all to go. Okay. Yesterday, for instance, I wanted to order a certain materials. So I told the guy, and he said, if I need it 2 days, this is how much it will cost. If I need it 1 week, 2 months, and I said, no, for the way it is there, I can't get it now. The money is quite expensive, and I can't do that. So they should give me some time. And he said, oh, okay. You see, so if you were able to get large customers, they can do advert for you. Please, when you are into business, to talk well, know how to speak well. Also give you value for money and gives you more customers. Don't shout at your customers. If there's a problem, find a nice way and deal with them. Even if the thing is not work, encourage them. Oh, Charlie, I'm working harder. I know it will be well. I've done this before. If it doesn't work, Charlie, I've done all my part. It didn't work. Sorry. Let's do it this way another time. You are to go. Talk nice to people so that you always get customers, right? As you can have all the brilliant ideas, or your shop, nobody will come and sell them or come and trade with you. Also, maybe the way you treat customers. So that is that for the cottage industry. So let's see the one that you can go into it and also add value to yourself or our local industry. Doing this mostly at the secondary basic school and secondary school. You can also talk to the students. When you have PTA, you can talk to them. When you meet people in the community, you can also communicate to them, share ideas to them. And some can, from there, some they don't know all these things. It is we who are learning them. Let's learn, and then let's go and then impact in the community. If you are not going to it and you know somebody who is a potential and can do something, encourage the person, talk to the person, give him the motivation and then the idea. He can also start from there. The society be better. Is any question on that before I go to factory industries? Any idea on that, please? Okay.
No, sir.
Then let's look at factories. When we say factories, we are talking about industries that are manufacturing specific type of products. Okay. By here, factories always go into they are usually either small or they are large scale, depending on the resources and the products that they are into. So we are starting with small factories, okay, or small scale manufacturing industries. Now here, they operate comparatively on a smaller capital. So we call them light industries. Basically, in other jurisdiction, that's why you call them light industries, because they are using light machineries. The machines that they are using are not heavy machines. They are the weight. Normally, you say the weight is light. You can just use maybe something small to carry them, or even individual can carry them. But the heavy industries or large scale industries, they use heavy machineries. Okay, and some of them you have to use heavy machine to carry them and then come and fix them for you. Okay, that's why you call them large scale industries. So for the small scale industries, these are some of them. The characteristics, they use small capitals and then light machineries. And then the examples include the following: carpentry, bakery, sewing, and others. Now we are going to mention some of examples of these small scale industries and what they normally do. There's one, we call it Amin Sangari. They produce local soap, and here they call it Amin Soap Factory. The real name for that company is Amin Sangari. In fact, it's in Cape Coast. Because I school University of Cape Coast first degree, I know. I've been there before. That's Amin Sangari factory, and then they call it Amin Soap Factory in Cape Coast, and they also have another they called Asebu Fruit Processing Industry. So for the Amin Sangari, for an example, they produce local soap. Those of you who have come to University of Cape Coast before, Eastgate, the one at the, if you are from Cape Coast town and you are going, and they call it Eastgate. When you get the direct opposite, the factory is there. I don't know whether they have stopped or they are still there. They produce soap for many people in Cape Coast. So here, they say that a small scale industry, one of the characteristics, most of these industries, they employ less people who are less than 30. For the large industry, they employ people who are more than 30. That's the difference between the two when it comes to the employment capacity. And their main source of power include fuel, wood, gas, and some amount of electricity. The one in Cape Coast, for an example, is solely into that of, they rely solely on government generated electricity. So here too, most of them are located everywhere in the country, especially something like carpentry. Most of the carpentry shops are found in almost every town in Ghana, right? Do you know any other small scale industry that you may know? We also have one that was set up by Kennedy at the in my district, Asen North. They were into fruit processing, what do you call it? Fruit processing industry. That's how it is. But they were into that of orange. And the people there stole almost all the parts of the machine, and it got annoyed and closed down the factory. No, Kennedy at the he got annoyed and closed down the factory. That's it. Those who is in Asen North, it's around when you are going to Fusu. I've forgotten, is it in Asinya and Kumasi? Yes. The factory is in Asinya and Kumasi. Please, who knows that place? So there was large orange farms that were around, but they were individual. So he looked at it and then set up the factory. And later on, when the people go there, then they will start stealing the part of the machines. And then the people that they employed them to, they also did the same thing. So at the end of the day, he was not getting anything, got annoying. He also set up another rice factory in Asempane. The same thing happened. When the people go and then they take all the materials and then the maize, what do you call it, the rice itself, and send it home. And so at the end of the day, they always brought they almost brought this thing to a bankrupt, and it got annoyed. So all the two factories are all gone. They are no more functioning. And that man, when you get angry there, okay, please, do you Any other one? Okay. I think it's time for break, right?
Say hello.
Yes, madam.
Another one too is that Chifupraso. They also make soup called Yaozi Alata soup.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
nice. That's nice. Okay. Please, any question or any suggestion? Yes. I think you need to go for break and then come back and continue. Maybe tired. Normally, morning talking is not easy. I'll be making a lot of mistakes. Is any questions so far? Okay. Then thank you for coming. Let's go for break for 10 minutes. So we will return at 9:12. Okay. Thank you.
Please, can you hear from him? I can't hear.
thing is that we are on
We are on
break.
break.
That's why.
We are on break. Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. Sorry.
Okay, I think break over to resume class. Okay, so I think we are back and we have to continue. Okay, so the last two sessions, you must finish this and start unit 8. Okay, those were the books. See that unit 8, they are not all that much, so you'll be able to go through. It becomes so they are not more actually. Okay, so we are looking at large-scale manufacturing industries. Okay, and here we said that in the case of the small-scale industry, basically they use small capital, but here they use large capital. The other one, they use light machineries, but here it's the large ones. Okay, they use the light one. Here we are using heavy or large machineries. And a typical example is aluminium factory, the one we call Baku, we have Tema steel work, and then we have cement factory in Tema and Tapade. We also have Texas factory in Akosumbo, Japan, and then Tema, and then brewery in Accra and Kumasi.
Please, am I the only person not hearing say, or it is a general problem?
Yeah, I think it's a general problem.
I think it's a
That's a
general
general
problem.
problem.
Please, do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, so those that I talk about, the concentration, the
You
factors
you
accounting
can't
for
say you
concentration.
can't
I hope
find
you
the
heard me.
slides.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, it appears I've not even shown it on the screen. Is it back now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh. So I was asking a question here. We are on concentration of industries in Accra and Tema, and some of the factors accounting for that includes power supplies and skilled labor supply. And I'm asking that we also have, in fact, most of the factories employ more of unskilled labor than the skilled one. And the one that they've listed here are mostly on skill one. And I wanted you to give me examples of unskilled labor. So I just need maybe 2 examples of unskilled labor that these industries can employ.
Cleaners.
Good. So you have cleaners. So your exams say that you have availability of labor force. And then you mentioned one example of maybe skill and one example of unskilled labor, which is okay for that. Yes, madam, continue.
Yes, I was talking about messengers.
Passengers. Are they skilled or they are not skilled?
Some
I'm
are skilled,
confused.
some are not
I
skilled.
don't know.
So
Oh, okay. I want unskilled one. Like cleaners, for example, they are mostly they are unskilled. Okay. So maybe that's
Security officers, those who secure the places.
yes, come to their unskilled. Very good. So these are some of the reasons accounting for their concentration. Then there's some kind of capital. They can easily have access to commercial banks that can lend them loan at low interest rates. Okay, that's also another one. Then raw materials are also there. They produce most of the raw materials and then transport them directly to those areas. And so they can do that. Of course, they can have large market size because Accra and constitute the most largest city in Ghana. And so they can produce and feed many people. Many people can rely on the manufactured products and then move on. So the facility too in most of the urban areas are good. And so they can easily transport it to their doorsteps or the factories or the shop where those those goods are supposed to go. So these are the reason accounting for that. Then we also have some in Kumasi. And let's look at the one reasons accounting for the concentration of those ones in Kumasi too. One of the typical reasons has to do with the raw materials in the location of the factory or the industry. So here, for an example, they have shoemaking, furniture making, sawmill, and food processing. And they are saying that in the location where we have this factory, there are a lot of raw materials that are there. For an example, in Kumasi, we have timber that are easily accessible because in forest area, okay, and so they can easily use it for other the shoe, especially the down, and then and in fact, what do you call it, the furniture one. They can easily use those wood for that. Then the transport facility, as usual, this one, the rest all the with the same as the other one. The transport facility, the large labor, the supply of power, social amenities, and so on, or skill labor, and source of capital are all the same for the old, the one in Accra and Tama. Let's go to other important one, agro-based industry. In fact, this one is even more important because most of the countries depend on agro industries for their development. Okay, so they need to produce to feed the people, need to produce to sell some outside. Because most of those in the urban towns depend on other small agro-based industries to feed them. Now let's look at some of them. So these are industries that are into production of agricultural goods or produce, and they use it as the raw materials. And examples are meat processing factories that are found in maybe something like Bogatanga, and then corn farms. For an example, we also have Daku farms. For them, they have the industry in the farm. Okay, we have another one like the Asebu in Sanwem, Accra, for an example. They have fruit juice industry. Then they have oil mills industry too at Benso, Chukwupraso, Eziama, for an example. Then it continues in that way. Then cocoa processing industry, that's some in Tema and Takrade. But if we wanted cocoa production or cocoa industries to be in the farm, maybe somewhere in Western region, some in Kumasi, Central region, the interior or the areas where they have this cocoa being produced. But unfortunately, look at where they are located, Tema, Takrade, so that the products can be sold to large population. Okay. Meaning they have to transport all of them and send them to those areas. Now let's continue to look at the contribution of this industry to development of Ghana. Of course, it will be repeated again. Foreign exchange will be there, employment will be there, and the revenue to government, right? Good. Let's look at some of the problems facing this large-scale industry. The same as the one that we talk about, inadequate fund. This skilled labor is not adequate. I doubt it. In Ghana, we have all the most needed skilled labor here. So I don't know. You people still agree to this? I'm really doubting it, because for us not to get accountants, we can easily get technicians, we can easily get almost everybody is in Ghana. The only reason why most are not staying here is that, one, we don't have employment here. So some will be trained, and then when they finish, like maybe somebody is chartered accountant and will not be getting work to do. So the person might think of migrating to other places where he can get work, like teachers and nurses. In fact, the nurses here, their condition is getting more terrible. I'm told those who completed school in 2020, some are still not placed. So all those in 2021, they are there, 2022, they are there, 2023, 2024, 2025, 5 years, they are still at home. Government is not getting financial clearance to recruit them. The question is, what are they going to eat? And how are they surviving? You go to school for almost from basic school to maybe a university or training college, and at the end of the day, you are not getting anything. And so you see, definitely such a person will migrate, will leave the environment. Okay, that's why they are saying that they are lacking as other countries in Southern America also. And recently, the nurses are the one that Ghana government is having issue with to employ them. So they have Barbados agreement that they are doing, and then some in Kuwait, and then other places that they are doing arrangements so that they can easily export them. Okay, and that will be probably the best way. As they will be here, they are not doing anything, and it's some kind of worry. So as for skilled labor, they are not inadequate; they are adequate. In fact, we are even having them more than expected. Or what do people think? Maybe I'm judging it wrongly. Do we still have inadequate skilled labor in Ghana in any force or any sector of the economy? I want to hear you people.
Sir, I've left my point in the message section. Kindly check.
Okay.
Sir, I was thinking.
Right then, I don't normally see. Can you forgive me because I'm doing? Okay, please go ahead whilst I read this. Please continue.
I was thinking that. So, because of the inadequate capital for the government, and because of that, they are not able to recruit those people who have been trained, even though they are still personnel as in the country, but because of the status of the economy, they cannot be recruited by the government to work in the different sectors of the various ones to help the economy or the development of the country. So even though they are there, and the government are not able to bring them into the official field, or let's say the labor skills, so that they can also work to improve the economy
but I was looking at that area.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Thank you. And Madam, you said they may not have knowledge or much, or they have little knowledge about it in terms of maybe the machines that they use in some of the industries. Okay, that could also be true. Yes, who want to speak again? Okay, so I think we can continue from here. So these are some of the issues that we need to talk about, which we have talked about it and seen it long time. Now let's see what Ghana government is doing to improve upon that, so that we can have large scale industries in Ghana, or we can have many of them. There's something they call free industrial zones, okay, that Ghana government has allocated, so that at the end of the day, it will attract and encourage many local and foreign investors to come. So those areas are like, for an example, it's an allocated land, very big one. I'm told, is it in early this thing? They say established at Tema since early 2000. Some were done by Kwame Nkrumah when maybe our parents were not born. Long ago. The whole Tema was meant for industries, industrial production. So the land of Tema is for industry, not for residential, not for built up areas or nothing. Everything is solely for industries. Industries are supposed to be separated from residential areas. Okay, so you cannot, though it's some industry people live there, yes, we know, but we are not supposed to build our houses alongside with industries, or you put everything together, because some produce toxic materials, some also come out with toxic fumes that are also detrimental to our health. So you don't stay together. And then when there's some kind of explosion, it can also affect the neighborhood. And that's some of the reasons why we don't stay closer to some of these industries. Again, the machines that they use, some make huge noise, such that you cannot, some even vibrate, very huge one. You cannot even stay around. Unfortunately, the essence of the free zone kind of industrial zone kind of thing is even not materializing. And so the old factories and the industry that we have, they are those that are still there. New ones are not coming up, apart from maybe the normal allocation and the stealing of state lands for people to build their own houses. That's the issue that we have. But ideally, it's supposed to be for industry, so that everybody can go there and have some place at cheaper prices and set up, so that the economy can grow. Then another one is the Ghana government set up what they call PSI, Presidential Special Initiative. I think it came around 2000 or so, when President Kufuor assumed power. And so they needed to, yes, they did this on, I think they were even having some local industries, and then some small industries who were into seedlings. Okay, what they did was, so here they say that one district, one factory initiative falls under some of these. Okay, so under, let me speak specifically to PSI. That one, they were into, I think, something like take trees production, something on coconuts, something on seedlings, and then they were, in fact, almost every town along the road, you could have seen some that they were either doing nurturing of some seeds and then send them into plantation farming. So here they say government has passed and implemented some policies to initiate manufacturing activities in some communities. Okay, an example is cassava processing factory at the Wutu Bodriase under the PSI in early 2000s. Yes, so maybe these are some of the initiatives. And then one district, one factory too is also an initiative by Ghana government to ensure that there will be some factories in some areas in our community where the factory can process the raw materials there. For an example, they produce a lot of plantain. So you should have plantain industry. You should also have something like tomatoes. They produce a lot of tomatoes. Recently, you heard our MP, Asante Achim North MP, begging on his toes that president should come and assist. I don't know whether some of you saw the video, and I think the following day, President ordered some of the senior high schools around to buy from them. So if you remember, there was something like that. But some of these things, it should have just, there should be factory here to process it and done. So it's not like go and buy, and today they will go and buy, tomorrow they will not go. There must be factory so that you process it, can them, so that they can be there for many years. Some 2 years, 3 years, and they are okay. As they'll go and buy it, the school go and buy it, and at the end of the day, maximum 1 season, the rest they will not buy again. So let's encourage these initiatives, and it helps a lot. So I think, and then also infrastructure to government is supporting it, power supply to, and then raw material production, maybe subsidizing them in terms of tax incentives to help them to also grow their own industries or those areas. Please, who can tell us something on this? Some of the effort government is doing apart from this, or if you know any individual or millionaire or a community or institution that has set up a certain factory, and the aim is to help them to get maybe a factory or industry there to grow, and then empower the local ones. If you know any of such things, let us know. Or do you have any of these state industries in your area and how it's contributing to the economy of that community? If you know anyone, you can mute yourself and talk. Let me see whether there's a message in the chat. Okay. You don't have any of them, right? Okay. So I think that will be all for lesson.
I don't know whether the soil maize is part of the industries.
Which one?
The soil maize. Yes,
depending on the
production.
Yes, depending on the scale. You see, we have the small scale one, which we talk about, the sawmill. But if it is large enough to qualify, they employ more than 30 people, they have heavy machinery in undertaking that one, then it can be classified that way. Else it will fall under light or small scale industry. But do you have one there?
Then that would be, a main timber company. It's one of the biggest company in West Africa, timber company in West Africa. At the main,
Okay. Oh, okay. That's fine. And there's one thing too, when you were talking about how to generate additional sources, there's another thing too that I think we skipped. We can also do the one that Ghana government called it 24 hours economy. What you do is after teaching, you can go into another work again. Okay. So like the guy who just talked, that's what came into mind. That you can be employed there and then as a part-timer. So after school or Saturdays and Sundays, you can go there and work. And then you come to your normal work on Monday to Friday, which is also okay, right? So if you have industries around you, or you have any work that you can be employed in any capacity that you think it can generate additional source of income, please, you can do so. In fact, those of us who will be teaching at the secondary school, you may have a little bit more time than I think basic school. For basic school, until you close, you don't have time. But when you are at the secondary school, maybe you may have 1 day or 2 days off that you may not be teaching, or maybe certain hours, 10 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours that you can be free. Maybe from morning to around 10 a.m. you are free. You can even go for nights and come in the morning. If you are strong enough, prepare and then go and teach. In fact, in most of the advanced countries, that's what they do. And that's what they do. But the only problem we have is that we don't have the industries and then factories to do that work, so that it encourages a lot of 24 hours. In fact, those of you who are, or let's say those of us who are pure NDC who can talk to the government, please, the factory is the most important thing Ghana needs. Once you have the factories, people can work there 24 hours non-stop. But if you don't have that one, why are they going to work there 24 hours? You see, because in advanced country, people go in the night. For example, one of the guy that I went to, he works in train. So the train only stop in the night. So he goes around 6 to and then come back in the morning around 7 a.m. So in the night, he is only into train. They go and do cleaning in the train, wash it, and do everywhere because they have a place that they park them. That's the way the guy that's in UK. That's all his source of income. Some to do cleaning. Yeah, it will employ many people there. So in the night, people will be working there. If it is not that one, eat in the factory. But if you don't have the factory, what will you go and do? In school, for an example, you can't do 24 hours in school. You can't do. For security, they're already doing it. Nurses, hospital, they're already doing 24 hours. So we need factory to employ more people in 24 hours and case close. So that means, for an example, after teaching daytime, I may decide to go and work for maybe 5 hours or 3 hours somewhere, get another money for today, and then come and work in my normal work, and then I move on. So you make an example. You see, so let's encourage it and so that it will work for us to get. Let's work harder. Okay. Or is there any other work that we teachers we can go into it after teaching? Okay. So I think that will be all for industries and yes, who want to talk? So you go to unit 8. So whilst you are talking, then I'll upload unit 8. Yes, is there anyone talking? Or nothing there to talk about? Yes, go ahead. Unfortunately, very difficult hearing you. Okay. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we are done with the 7th one and the 8th one today are not much, so you'll be able to finish. So the next one we are looking at political administration in Ghana. So we are now moving from economic activities, where we talk about the primary, the secondary, and then the tertiary one. Then we move on to industries, and then we move on to manufacturing industries, and then local industries here and there. So we are done for the economic aspects. Okay, you see, the thematic geography deals with more, at the beginning, we talk about the physical environment, where the land that we sit on, where it came from, and others. Then we move on to the population, right? The population of Ghana, where it's also started. Then we move on to economic activities and then the industrial aspect. So we are now moving on into political administration. So you see, it's around our own jurisdiction. Okay. So here we are going to talk about political administration of Ghana. And when you say political administration, how Ghana is being administered, right? And here we are taking our inspiration from the historical development where Ghana started from. So it says that Ghana gained political independence on 6 March 1957, right? That's what it believed Ghana had independence the day, but it believed it occurred earlier, but because it wasn't fully matured, that's why that day was regarded or was not regarded, and 6 March was the chosen one for it. And then it's also believed that Ghana became a republic on July 1st, 1960. Please, what is a Republic Day? Please, are you with me? What is a Republic Day?
Sir,
Mhm.
hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Republic Day, they gain freedom from the colonial masters.
Please come again. I didn't hear you.
Please, I was saying that a Republic Day is the day Ghana gained freedom from the colonial masters and they were able to establish their own political rulership.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Any other one again?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
So
sir.
hello, sir.
Hello?
So Republic Day is said, and then
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, I think somebody is on the floor. When the person finishes,
Yeah.
then
Now, when you talk
you
about,
also come in.
okay, okay.
The lady was talking also.
yes, I was talking,
Go
but I
ahead.
think he went. So I was saying that Republic Day, as you said, is when we gain independence from our colonial masters, and then that is when our constitution also came into effect. So we start using our own constitution rather than using our colonial master constitution. I think that's what Republic Day is.
Oh, okay.
Let's say, in addition to
I
that,
think you put two
when you
things
talk about
together here.
Republic Day, Republic,
Yes,
Hello, sir.
hello, sir.
yes. I think somebody is on the floor, so the person finishing,
Yeah, when you
another
talk
one
about
comes in.
Republic Day, the day that, okay. So when you talk about the Republic Day, the day that the country have every right to elect its own political leaders or leaders.
Okay.
Okay, when you
Wow.
talk about
That's
Republic Day, it's the day, a day that marks the day a nation officially adopted its constitution, or republic form of government. So it marks the day a nation officially adopted its constitution, or republican form of government.
okay. Okay. That's fine. Last one.
Hello? Hello?
The first or the country had its own constitution. He called it a Republic Day. Independence Day
Hello,
is the
sir.
day that the country gained political. Yes. Yes, go ahead, please. Oh, I thought somebody wanted to talk.
When we talk about the Republic Day, it's Ghana Republic Day. That is a celebration on 1st July 1960. Is the day commemorated the country transition to a republic. The day that President Nkrumah declared the country as a republic and the British colonial rule in the Ghana.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have political independence, and then we have a Republic Day. Independence Day is what is termed as a day that that country gained political freedom to manage itself from other people or colonial powers. So in Ghana, we say it is the day Ghana had independence from our colonial masters. And that day was 6th March 1957. A Republic Day. That is a day that that country had its constitution or its own constitution to rule itself. And here we call it a Republic Day. So it says that since independence, that's 1957, Ghana has come under different forms of political governance and military rule, and also some constitutional rule. So we say that the first constitutional democracy, which we normally call it the Republic Day, when you look at this one, I made it red, and it gives you all the information. The first constitutional democracy, meaning First Republic. Okay, so Ghana, we have so many republic. We have First Republic, Second Republican, Third Republican. The one that we are in now is Fourth Republican. So the 1992 Constitution is called Fourth Republican Constitution. Please, are you people aware?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So the first, okay, thank you. So the First Republic was on July 1st, 1960. So we have 1960 Republican Constitution. Okay, so once we have any republic, it must have its own constitution. So we have the First Republic, the Second Republic, the Third Republic, and then the Fourth Republic. So far, the one that has lived longer is the 1992 Fourth Republican Constitution. The reason is that from the First Republic, the First Republican Constitution, it was overthrown in 1966. Okay, then another military rule came to power, came with its own constitution. Then that one was also overthrown until 1992, when Flight Lieutenant Lawrence came out with the 1992 Republican Constitution. And that constitution is still in place that we are using now. And it has survived for many years. Calculate from 1992 till now. I think it's almost like, how many years now? Please do your mathematician, do your math and let's know. It's about 30 years.
33.
So 33, 34 years now. Can you imagine? But all the other one didn't survive for longer. Some, I think one of them survived for some few days. They didn't have to a year. And then another military rule overthrow you. And then come out with its own constitution again. Then you move to another one. So remember, we have the First Republic. That's 1960. So 1960 Constitution. And people said that that constitution was solely meant for what is the name? President Nkrumah and his appointees. That's why he was overthrown in 1966. So that another constitution will come and replace it. And then another one was overthrown, that one, until we came to the fourth one. And so this fourth one there, the only thing that we need, we don't need any overthrown. All that we need is amendments, and we are all to go. Which I think, I'm told President Mahama has ordered for the review of the 1992 Constitution. I don't know whether they have started or not. They must do it. In fact, there are so many things are not working. They must do it. We don't need another fifth republic. No one needed. No one in this world needs it. Ghana is very stable, and we want it to be like that. Okay. So
I think we need some.
We just need amendments. We don't need the constitution again. We just need amendment to the 1992. When you say new one, it means this one must be overthrown by a coup or another one. I don't know whether you get it. We don't need coup to make Ghana grow. In fact, no country needs coup to grow. No matter the coup that will come, at the end of the day, you go back to the constitutional democracy. And once you go back again, it is great development.
Sir,
yes.
Excuse me, this, but a critical look at the situation.
Sir,
I think we need one. Sir.
That's your mind. What's the critical condition we are in? We are not in any critical condition. What is the critical condition here?
We don't need. Sir, it does appear that
let me help.
Our funds are being managed and used by all the few. Many are impoverished, sir.
So do you need
that? Does not around school. That does not around school.
At least you are working and you have peace. Why do you need to?
Sir, can we?
For transformation.
No, let's use Burkina Faso instance. So let's use the Burkina Faso instance. In this case, we look at what is happening in Burkina Faso now. So if they had stick to this idea of democracy and all those kind of things, within this short possible time that Touareg came into office, let's compare the kind of development that this man has brought to Burkina Faso and compare to our democracy, the one that we think we have peace, and look at the way our resources are being used and all those kind of things. So there are some of these things I think we need to take a critical look at it and see how things can actually move for us. Because we need not to suffer the way people are suffering in this country, and even in Africa in general. Look at how the leaders are embezzling our resources and all that. So at times these things, though we have been inculcated with this kind of democracy and all these things, but as a matter of fact, it's doing us more harm than good in the name of democracy, because it's a manipulative kind of system where the lesser ones keep on suffering, and the rules and regulations doesn't apply to those who take a critical. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, can I say
Brother,
something?
thank
Can
you
I
very
say
much.
Before you say something, let me do a
Can,
dictation.
can,
Madam,
can I say
kindly let me do a
something?
dictation before you speak. I want to do a dictation before anyone come out with your idea. This is what you should understand. When we say First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, and coup, the reason why we had first one was that Ghana had independence, and we need to change from one political to another. So we changed from the colonial masters. We thought it wasn't good, and in fact, it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. So we have to change, and we did a change. The second aspect was, in fact, from the first, what do you call it, the second, third, and fourth one, they were all through coup. No one in this world, no country developed under coup. No country. Please put it in block letters. No country developed in coup. No one. Two, we don't sacrifice peace for material wealth, or we don't sacrifice humans in exchange for materials. It's human beings who are resourced to identify what do you call it? Materials. So if you don't have human beings, we don't have any material. Everything on this earth is serving humanity. So we can't sacrifice human being for anything. No. Three, when we have coup, yes, some coup lasts, what do you call, development lasts for a short time. But we are looking at it in terms of longer, sustainable one. So we want to compare ourselves to countries that are growing. So you compare ourselves to a country like maybe US, Canada, UK. When did you hear coup there? It doesn't work that way. Two, when the coup comes right now, no matter what they are going to do, you will still come back to the civilian rule. If you like, do everything, it will get to a time that the real manifestation will come. The reason is that coup makers are not, what do you call them, managers of the economies. They are military people. Some have not even school before. They can't do anything to help their country to grow. So for us, there's no way. In fact, Ghana is far better than Burkina Faso. No matter what that guy will do, Ghana is far better. The only reason people were agitating and people were thinking that we needed to do coup and other thing was so simple and basic that resources are not properly utilized, as you rightly said. But if resources are not properly done, what do? Do you kill people? Do you create coup, or do you bring coup? No, you do amendments so that you favor everyone. And the amendment is what I said. I think it was done under President Mills' era around 2012, there 2010, 2012 there, but it wasn't implemented, right? Again, I'm told this government, what do you call NDC government, who has commissioned into, some time ago they went to town, they call it town hall meetings. They want to institute reforms so that, why is it that people steal? Recently, we have also somebody still at sector, they call it a thief. When a political appointee steal, we call it irregularities. You see, these things will easily be addressed so that there will be safer punishments for people who steal, or it will serve as corruption becomes unlucrative or unattractive to anyone. When we do these things, we are all to go. Why do you go back? We don't need to go back, please. So for coup, no one, in fact, nobody, except for selfish people who are interested in that. And at the end of the day, they will come back and they will still go back to the civilian. When you return to civilian, that's where the attack will still come. Because no matter those of us here, mark the one in Burkina Faso. Let's next 5 to 10 years, see what will happen. Have you seen there's this thing there? What do you call this? Democracy. There's people, the people who are agitating are the Gen Zs because they are not getting work to do. You think people have work they go into this kind of thing? Nobody will do it. And the man is setting up factories and others. It's good. But is it sustainable? No, it's not sustainable because if it's not careful, another coup will come, and another coup will come, just as it happened in 1960. Once Nkrumah came and then set up the 1960 constitution, they thought that Nkrumah was too radical and something. Another one overthrown. And it continued until we came to 1992. That has been there till date that we are protecting. And if we don't have anything at all, we have our peace of mind. It's better than running away, sleeping in bushes. It's better than not having peace of mind. Nobody should equate peace to what do you call it? Cool. No way. That's the lecture education I want to offer you. And there's no way we can do that. Or those who have not slept in bushes before, I've done some before when I was young. They said somebody beat the Bend police station at Atana Confederate, my mother's hometown. And then in the night, they brought security to arrest all the guys. You all ran into the bushes. I slept in bush for 2 days. But it wasn't easy. When it rained, when you are in bushes and you are not even careful and somebody sees you, can even kill you. Go for peace. Please don't equate it to cool. It will never, ever happen. Unless you have not experienced it and you think when it comes you are free. That's what you think about. Who is never, should never ever come to Ghana again. Never ever. Anyway, sorry for using your time. Somebody wanted to talk. A lady wanted to talk.
Yes, I was just like you rightly say, cool is not the best of option for any country because it weakens the economy. Businesses that are outside the country wouldn't want to invest in the country again. And if the businesses are not investing in the country, there won't be job for the layman to do. And then other international relationship we have will also be weakened. They wouldn't want to relate with us again just because of this coup. So as you rightly said, coup is not the right thing to do for every nation. It weakens everything.
So please, can I come in?
Let me give you a typical example. Yes, before you add up, recently there's what do you call it? Tribal instability in northern Ghana. All the people there, they ran away to Burkina Faso. Whether you people remember. As we talk right now, there are some people that are not accounted for. As we talk right now, you can't even find your parents, your children and your loved ones. You can't even find them. Why are you going to see them? And once you say there's a coup, meaning the constitution is overthrown or suspended, and you know the bad implication. Anyone who sees you can kill you, because there's no constitution to guide anyone. That's why in 1992, leading to 1979, a lot of people were killed. I'm told those of you who were grown up, when they say, hands up, there's a man, so you raise your hand, then they shoot you just like that. The soldiers and the people. In fact, if you have somebody who doesn't even like you, he can see you in town and slay you and kill you because there's no constitution to guide anyone. So for coup, no one should ever think of it. Never in our life. If you like, those who want coup, let's move and teach in the place that you are talking in northern Ghana and see if you can sleep one day that you are not thinking that they will come and burn your houses and that they will not come and kill you in the house. You can't do that. That one, no way. We just need education. So let's do more education.
Let me ask this question. And let me ask this question. What are we now better than Rwanda? Ghana, as Ghana, are we now better than Rwanda?
In terms of
I want Rwanda, I want to ask.
In terms of development,
are we better than them?
Some of them I need to answer to save time. In terms of what development?
In terms of development,
development. So in terms of infrastructure development, and even economic development, Rwanda and Ghana, which one is far ahead?
For now, I have not checked, but what I know is that some countries are growing faster than the others. Okay, yes. Nigeria, for example, is deteriorating. In fact, Ghana should have developed more than Singapore. Even China, Ghana should have developed more than Malaysia. Ghana should have developed more than. But because of this thing that we are talking about, where people become so selfish and they want to take everything, and they don't want to put up certain measures to reduce the corruption for the masses to also gain, it's where it's taking us so. So the only thing we need to do is to make
that makes people come in. See, looking at what our people, even our ministers and the president, looking at what they are doing, that makes coup comes in because they have bad, even self-interest. They wanted to help only their families. Looking at what our former government came to do, just taking all the job to their family members. I can see the same applies to the even now our president. taking all the properties to his brother, and so I mean sometimes you see that
Please hold on. Please hold on. Hold on for me.
Hello.
Please hold on. When you are talking, please remember this is academic platform. Says that some are believed to have done this. Don't mention names, please.
Okay.
Don't say this. When you say my president, you are tarnishing the image. Remember, this is a recorded and it will go on every place.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sorry for that, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Now, politically.
Please allow him to make his point, please.
For anyone. Remember, you don't defend political.
Okay, sorry for saying that. I'm sorry.
I think what I wanted to say was simple. Who is not option? And I think you should only tell them.
Tell me, as for me, I don't support coup. I will never support coup. But I was trying to say this: the behavior, what our peoples are portraying, that makes some of us think that coup is better. But it's not better. Even cannot help us.
So
Who cannot help? Cannot even solve our problem. The only thing is we do amendments. When we do amendment, I think everything is going to be all right.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, I want to add this, please.
As much as some of us don't like coup, I think our politicians hiding under the cover of democracy and perpetuating all kinds of injustice, social injustice, and discrimination. Look at what politicians take home at the end of 4 years, ex gratia, compared to what even the lecturers take, compared to the ordinary Ghanaian worker, average worker, or the average teacher. How much do they take home? Are we not all Ghanaians? Do they work so much more than the rest of the Ghanaians? They get into politics, and then in a term of 4 years, look at what the wealth that they amass. So some of these things agitate the people, the citizens, and then they call for some of these things. Look at what is happening all around. Somebody in parliament may go for a scholarship, thousands of dollars, yet an ordinary person cannot afford anything to support or sponsor a child's education. So the democracy has not even done for in our case, has not done us any better or any good. That's why people call for the bad, even though we are not saying is good. I think so much to be done under the constitution so that social justice and equality.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. One person, then we close on this, please.
Hello, sir. Hello, please, sir. Sir, I want to add this. Sir, I want to add this, please. In fact, we shouldn't get confused. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Finish quickly in seconds.
Yeah, I'll tell my friends that this is why we shouldn't get confused of this lesson. What you told us is different from where they are taking the issue to. You are not telling us the causes of coup, but you are rather educating us the negative aspect of the coup. After if we experience the coup, what is going to happen in future? I learned is what you are telling us. But it seems the learned friends or the college friends are taking it from other perspectives or other ideas that this is the cause of the coup, this is the cause of the coup. The issue is no matter whatever we do and we get into a coup, later we are going to face a negative aspect of it. No matter where today Burkina Faso will be, tomorrow, because of the coup, it is going to retrogress.
So
that's what I want to add.
Thank you.
To what you have said.
Hello.
Sir. A lady and then we are done, please.
Hello, sir.
Again. A lady, please.
Hello.
So let's look at what happened with the Brefu and the Gonja in Sola. Because of that, I'm a teacher at Bole now. Some of my students, since school reopened, we don't know where they are. We don't see the students, we don't see the parents. And look at this thing that happened, and you are talking of coup. The fight between the Brefu and the Gonjas in Bole. Because of that, for let's say it happened for a month or two. And now some of the students, we don't know where they are. During vacation, they came to churches, the symbolic. Some of their main contribution for the students, because about 20 students could not hear from their parents. They
Brothers,
don't know
please,
either they are.
let's continue, please.
So coup is not good. Please.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for your contribution to this
Charlie,
course.
we are not advocating for coup.
Sir,
didn't
please,
hear
let's
the
go.
one
Let's
speaking.
go. Mr. Juma, let's go. Time is not on your side.
Sir, we have to move.
For coup. But sometimes we look at into this is some of the reasons that cause for the coup in the countries.
Please, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
We cannot hear you well. So maybe you position yourself well and come again at another time, okay? I think Doma, please position yourself well and come again. Thank you very much for all your contributions for that. So just understand what is a republic. A republic means a country having its own constitution. And so I was explaining how come you have first Republican constitution, second, third, and you have the fourth one, which has lasted for long, so that we get our peace of mind and then our democracy and our development to continue. We call it political and social development to grow. So thank you all for your contribution. So it says that after first this thing, Ghana has come under different governance, being military and then the constitutional rule. So we have military rule and constitutional rule. Okay, a typical example was from 1960 up to 1992. We were in a typical military rule. Then after that, we started moving into constitutional rule. From 1992, we are being to constitutional rule till date. Okay, so we have first parliament, second parliament, third parliament. Which parliament are we in? Under Fourth Republic.
Ninth parliament.
Ninth parliament. Very good. So meaning there has been series of what do you call it? Change of administration, and then again other continue or change. But normally when 4 years come, every 4 years we change it. Every 4 years, either we change or we maintain, we change. But once there's 4 years and we vote and bring new people or new MPs, or we decide to continue that government, we call it other first parliament, second parliament, third parliament, and now we are in our ninth one. It will continue till, we are hoping that will continue till the kingdom come. Ghana will definitely go one day. Yes, that it will not be on our, maybe our generation. But we will go and come back. We go and come back. By the time we come back, Ghana will be a very nice place to live.
Yeah.
Let's be rest assured. So say that the first constitutional democracy was from, now this is the first Republican, was from 1957 to 1966 under Kwame Nkrumah. And the party that was in power was Conventional People's Party, that's called the CPP. So CPP was overthrown by a combined force of army and police in February 24, 1966. And so the military ruled under National Liberation Council from 1966 to 1969. And now look at this one too. A very short time. How many years? 1966, 67, 68, 69, 3 years. Okay. And the NLC, which we call the National Liberation Council, was by J.A. Ankara, and later by General A.A. Efifa. And so the Second Republic was led by Dr. Kofi Abri-Fabusia as a prime minister, and Mr. Edward Akufo-Addo as ceremonial president under the Progressive or Progress Party. And that's from around 13th August 1970 to January 1972. I'm told Mr. Edward Akufo-Addo is the father of President Akufo-Addo. Is that the case?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So
yes, please.
Let's know our former president of the Republic, President Akufo-Addo's father, Mr. Edward. So at the time, they used to have what we call prime minister and a president. In fact, those of you who have done government at the secondary school, we have presidential system of administration and parliamentary system of administration. Under the presidential system, we have one person who is the head of state and the head of government, like the one that we have now. This is called presidential system. President Mahama performed two main functions: a ceremonial president and at the same time a political head. But some countries, when we go there, like Britain, for example, they believe in that of parliamentary system. So they have two chambers. So they have the House of the Lords and then the House of the.
Are you ready to give it? Never yet old.
So we can't hear from you.
Sir, please, down.
It seems he's gone off. He's gone off. Huh?
But it's good, he's still presenting, but the audio is down.
Today, for my side, the audio is not clear at all.
I don't know if it is general or network or network.
It's general.
Even the screen.
Sometimes I can't hear you.
The screen
It
is even gone off. The screen is
I
even
think it's
gone.
a general thing.
No, I think the problem is from him. If it's a general thing, we're hearing from each other.
But-
so it's the
But
problem is
during
from
the
him.
presentation, don't you think it becomes his presentation becomes cranky and all those things? Don't you people also experience that?
Yeah,
Yes, the network is very bad today.
Today, my own is very bad.
Very
but I'm
bad.
managing.
I think it's from his
That is
side.
why.
We haven't speak today.
Hearing from
Clara, we haven't
That
speak
is why.
today.
That is why me this online. I don't abide by it.
You have
Face to
anything to
face.
say?
Why?
The team paid me, Papa.
Nothing.
Because since morning I wanted to join this class, all my network vanished from my phone. I couldn't join you.
What happened?
I don't know.
Also network.
Since the morning I tried and tried and tried. I just joined.
Oh, his phone is switched off.
I think the network. It will be the network. Yeah.
Hello, Clara.
Because since
Hello,
morning, I
Clara.
suffered before I joined this class.
Clara, somebody
Hello, Clara.
say yes.
Yes, please,
Clara.
Mike. Please, I'm here. Yes.
Hey, today it seems you are finding yourself wanting. I did not hear from you today.
It's the network.
Yeah, you
It's
don't want
messing up.
to talk.
I'm really suffering. That's why.
That is why initially I told you that this online day, me go cry face to face yanka.
Oh, but I'm not facing that problem too.
Then you are lucky. Which network are you using?
One thing is, some of
The person I can't
Okay.
speak, so you have to adapt by it.
one thing is some of you
That
are
would
also
have been
using
better than
routers, right? Routers to support your network.
Then we have to
Maybe
go
that
and
is
buy a cell to go.
part of those who don't have
Please,
access
today
to
is
the
the first
network.
Oh, Miss,
hear
thank
from
you.
me. Please,
One lady should call him, man.
why a lady? My man, I want to add why a lady? I want to explain. I want to hey, please let me speak to Akonta. Akonta, why a lady should call him? Please.
Because
Please.
you know what I'm trying to say.
I said I don't understand. Explain why a lady should call him.
And I said, you know the reason why. You know why I'm just trying to say. You know that.
Please, call him, but he hung up the phone. I called him, but he hung up the phone.
Let Clara call him. Clara, please call him, man.
Okay.
Clara.
Clara.
Yes, please.
Clara.
Yes.
You have been mandated. You have been mandated.
Hey, people
to
are
call him. So call him right now.
People are expressing
we are waiting for you.
Who is
We are
that?
waiting for you.
Oh, Joyce. Where is Joyce?
Oh, guys, please, sorry. My network went
I'm
off.
fine. Where's Joyce? Mr. Juma is back.
Please say it's on board. Please say it's on board.
Oh, we even sent a lady to come and call you, and we are happy you are back. Thank you.
This your
Clara. You see how Clara, thank you, Clara. You have done.
Clara, thank you very much. You have done well to bring the doctor back.
You guys, sorry for that. Kindly sorry. Our network, when some of us where we are living, when the light goes off seconds, our network goes off.
Sorry for that. Sorry.
Yes. I don't know where you people I went off.
So let me help you. We go to where you were explaining about a ceremonial function and then the executive function. So you made mention that, let's take Ghana for instance, President Mama is performing both positions. But when you go to Britain like this, there is a division.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so in the parliamentary system, they have two chambers of parliament. They have the one and the one who are technocrats who supervise the politicians. So when you go to the UK, for example, we have the House of the Commons and then the House of the Lords. Okay, in the House of the Commons, they are common people. Please control your microphone for us. Mahima, can you control your microphone for us? Thank you. So I was saying that in UK, for example, they have two. The one who supervises the politicians. The politicians are called the House of the Commons, but they are common people to everyone. And then they have the House of the Lords. The laws are normal laws, and then they add the S to it. They see themselves as superior people. They supervise the politicians or the common people. And at times they can vote to remove government from office if you are not performing well, or your policies and your decisions are poor, and you bring it and the baby they throw it away several times. They can overthrow you without necessarily they remove you from office without necessarily going through another election again. They don't do that. So when they remove you, then they go for another one. So all the politicians, the minister, the prime minister, they all go. In Ghana, we have the same thing. We can have vote of no confidence in our president. So they need 2/3 of MPs. So as it stands, NDC has 2/3 of majority in parliament. They can decide to remove President Mahama from office. So easy. They all go and then vote of no confidence. In that case, they themselves who are MPs, they all move from office. They will collapse this particular, they say all those who are elected into office, they all leave, and then another fresh election will come and then you elect people into office. But because they are party, they will never do it. That's how it is. If they are not part, they would have done. For example, opposition, assuming opposition having 2/3 of the MPs, as we have them in Ghana, and then we have majority in parliament who are having, like, let's say MPP 80 something, they can easily remove the president from office. And when they remove them from office, all the government appointees, the MPs, the ministers, everybody goes with the president. Okay, so that's why they grew there, because they have some people who are watching the watchman, so the system is better. Then we have the one in US. I was asking you to look for the US. US too, they have two. One is called Senate. The other one is what I've forgotten. So the senators are the people who make laws. So you call them senators or senators,
So I
right?
learned the other one
So
is
please, what is the other one?
his name is Congress. Something like that.
Yes. So the Congress is the bigger one. They supervise the MPs, the lawmakers, and others are down there. So they are always permanent people. So that's why these two countries, see, always they are growing. They don't come out with any policies at all. Because if you come out with any policies, those are the top. They will look at it and throw it away. If they come like 2-3 times, that's your administration will collapse. Second. So if you like, you should also go that way, parliamentary system. So I have 2 chambers. So at the time that President Kufu was there, they were having ceremonial president and a prime minister. So Nkrumah was, because we inherited from, what do you call it, Britain or UK people, that's the same administration that we went through. But the subsequent one didn't go through that way. We moved from parliamentary system to presidential because the coup leaders are selfish. They didn't want somebody to supervise them. You get the whole thing. So the whole thing was changed, and now you still have the presidential because they want the coup leader to be a head of this and a head of government, a head of politicians at the same time, and the ceremonial president. And that's what we have today. So we can review the constitution and then you go for that one, and so that somebody can watch these politicians not to misbehave as they are doing currently, because currently it's terrible. However, it's better than half is better than none.
So please, a question.
So that's
So please, a question.
You.
So I
Okay.
want to ask a question. Please, both where the president is performing the executive function and then the prime minister is performing the ceremonial function, I want to know the one who is at the highest stage or highest point. Thank you very much.
Okay. So normally the politicians come to office every 4 years, then they leave. But those who are the head of the one who is the president is always permanent. So when you go to the UK, for example, the monarch is the head of the presidential seat, or you call it the queen. Currently, who is the king? The queen there. I think is now a king now, right? I even don't know the name. He is the president. That person is always permanent. It doesn't go. It's always there. So the president are not removed. So for an example, Ghana, you could have like Otunfo Setutu, the president, always there. So they take somebody who will come from Otunfo family, like they succeed Otunfo, and the person will still be there. It doesn't leave. So he is the president. So he supervised, and then let's say the House of the Laws, they come together as one and supervise the politicians who come to office every 4 years. And so the economy is always growing. Because you can't come out with anything at all. You have to think and come out with policies that are sustainable and better, and to keep the economy running. If you think we have the 2 chambers, anybody at all can just set up factory anyhow every day and then do whatever they want. You can't. There's no way you can do that in those systems. So at time when you are comparing ourselves, so Ghana is developing, Malaysia is this. Do you know that the system of administration that they have? You have no idea. So politicians hide behind that. Oh, we are taking that of the US, we are doing that, we are emulating them. Stories. But in reality, they know that they can't because they want to do it, and 4 years another government will come and do his or her own, and everything changes. Maybe let's try one what is called female president and see. I was wishing we can have our first female president and see how it is. But it appears my former vice chancellor is told and may not be able to continue. It pains me a lot because after this, I was thinking NPP to go for vice president who is a female, so that we can at least in the next 10-20 years we have a female president and see whether there could be some changes in some of these things. Okay, but let's hope things will be better. Okay, good. So the second military rule was headed by General I.K. Champon and his National Redemption Council and later Supreme Military Council from August 13, 1972 to July 6, 1978. And look at that one too, that's Republic. It also lasted for how many? 72 to 78. Okay, short period. And then Champon was also replaced. There was another coup, and he was replaced by W.F.K. Ekufu as the chairman of Supreme Military Council on July 6, 1978. So one overthrown the other, then another one succeeded. And then General Ekufu was also overthrown by a military coup led by Flight Lieutenant John Jerry Lawrence on June 4, 1979 to September 4, 1979. Look at how long it lasted. Calculate this time for me. How many days and how many months was that? You see how it was. You were told that Vice Lieutenant Jerry Lawrence did two coups. The first one was they overthrown General Ekufu. And then when he overthrown that government, he gave the government to other people who are technocrats to run. And that if they are not able to run the country well, he will come back. And lo and behold, within June to September, how many months is that? July, August, September, 3 months. He saw that what he left for the guys they are not doing their thing again, and they are not doing it well. And then he came back again and overthrown that same government. And then he became a military leader and ruled from there.
Hello,
and so
sir.
from there, yes, madam.
Please, the 72, did we have any constitution for that? I don't think so.
Really, I'm here to check.
No, we didn't have any constitution for that.
For the 1972, right?
Yes, yes.
How long was that one? Because most of the constitution, they were supposed to have longer period before they will come out with constitution.
Because I know we have 1960, we have 1969 and 1979. These are the three that
1992. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So look at this one. How do you come with constitution within 3 months? There was no way you can do, right? The period of the coup were so short, and the people to, at the time when there's a coup, the only problem that normally comes out with, another people will be planning to overthrow the same one. In fact, the one in Burkina Faso, a number of coup attempts has been made. Some from even foreign countries, they bribe their own people to overthrow him or kill him. It's not, you don't have peace of mind, and there's no way you will have. So Lawrence formed his own Armed Forces Revolutionary Council. And then from there, they say that the third Republican Constitution under, what do you call it? Dr. Hilary Mann and his People National Party from 1970. Okay, this is what I was talking about. He gave the power to Dr. Hilary Mann, okay, when he did the first coup. And then within that one, the man wasn't able to perform well. And later on, he came into power and then overthrew him. And then he continued. Okay. So he was also overthrown by Flight Lieutenant Lawrence through a coup. And it was ruled from December 31st, 1982 to 7th January 1993. And then from there, we went to a presidential election was organized, and definitely I'm told that time it appears there were small political parties, but the prominent one was MPP, okay, in 1992. And they saw the way that things were going, it was not going to favor them because military leader, people fear him here and there. So they boycotted the 1992 parliamentary election also. And so President Lawrence won the, won the election at the time. Now let's look at the nature. I'm running because of my time. Let's look at the nature of the government. So Ghana practice presidential system of governance with an executive president and unicameral parliament. Okay, it's the same as presidential system of administration. And as at that time that the book was produced, we have 275 parliamentary seats. How many parliamentary seats do we have in Ghana now?
276.
75, rather, please.
No, 76. 276.
Hey, please. Currently, we have 276 constituencies. It's the same as parliamentary seats.
Yes. Yes.
Or we have 276 MPs currently. The reason why you were having 275 was that there was one constituency in 2000 and 2020. That constituency, we didn't have MP. And we know that area. Who can tell me? Very good.
The Buen constituency.
Yes, the Buen constituency. And those people, I pity them honestly. For the whole 4 years, they never had. And you people know why they never had. Let's be objective here. it's academic, so you have to say what happened was that in 2020, NPP had 136 MPs, right? And NDC2 had 136 MPs. And that one constituency is solely, from all indication, NDC was going to win that seat. So if they had gone ahead to conduct any election in that constituency, NDC is going to be majority, and they are going to debate for MPP in government. And because of that, the whole 4 years, in fact, that's the basic reason. The whole 4 years, nothing was done. People went to, I'm told some even went to UN. They sent letters to him. Nobody will mind you. That was the nature of the whole thing. So election never took place in that constituency. But 2020, and then NDC won. I've forgotten the name of that guy. He won the seat, and that's how come currently we have 276. But since then we were having 275 there. So those people they were never represented in parliament, which is even against the national constitution that we are. So if something happened to anyone there, the question is who will go there? But I was wondering, those who are living from that area, were they having DCEs there? Who lives in SAR?
Please, at the time they have DC.
Wow, so the DCE was not having MP.
Just that they don't have the MP at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
So sir, during that time, what was the what was the actual cost? Please, was it a bylaw and they did not get a replacement, or they did not vote at that time at all?
At the time, the cost was
somebody explained it to him for me.
Yeah, I think the actual cost at the time was the separation of the OT from the voter region.
Good. And what happened?
So it's like those people from the SAR, they fall within OT enclave, and they're part of Hokwe, part of voter. So the issue was they don't have to have at the time they were part of municipal before the separation, the division of voter and the OT. So they supposed to have MP at the time. They're supposed to have a representative or a parliamentary candidate, but they and Hawking, they voted together. Yeah. So before the voting,
I think your line is breaking.
Please, can you hear me? Hello. Please, can you hear me? Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So before the voting, they were won before the voting. So when they voted, because of that division, voter region, the MP for voter region cannot function as the same as the two the two the SAR and the Hawking cannot be one because of the division. Yeah, so the parliamentary candidate have to perform solely at.
So, meaning the Electoral Commission of Ghana has to send an instrument to what you call Parliament for it to be approved, and then election is supposed to be organized in SAR. Is that the case?
Yeah. Yes, and the
was not done.
But the discussion at the time, I understand the meaning that after they have sent the constitutional instrument and it was passed, they couldn't have organized an election for the new constituency created at the time. That was the discussion I remember.
And anyway, you see, in government, at times you give a whole lot of justification when we see that you are going wrong. I'm telling you that if it were in Ashanti region,
yeah,
which was in what do you call it, MPP stronghold, and they have seen that they have, let's say, 120 MPs, another is having like 121, and you would think it would be there till that time. Or if it were today, that is happening at the NDC, and that place is there, they will say there. It will be done overnight. Don't worry. They know what they were doing.
It was a strategy. It was a strategy.
People know what they were doing.
Our issue is the constitution that allows those that they talk to do whatever they want. You know, they can fully do it.
So please,
and if they are not in agreement, they go to court. They go to court and be important until they achieve whatever they want, and then it's too late. Right.
Okay, shall be well. So I think, thank you. So just have that. We have 276 MPs or parliamentary seats in Ghana right now. Thank you. So we are moving on. Then we come to decentralization in Ghana. And he said that during the colonial era, the British, we inherit everything from the British rule, okay? And when they came, they were doing this form of decentralization in their system. But when they came, because the country was not that united and like in a form of state, they used what we call indirect rule from 1878 to 1951. Basically, because that was easy. The chiefs were accounting to them. Some were taking land pool tax and others, and they were running accounts, and they were okay. So in terms of decentralization that they were having, they didn't use that one. Okay, so they used the indirect rule, and so they used the indirect rule for a number of periods, as we talk about. So the chiefs and then the elders in a given district constitutes a local unit or a local authority, and they were having power to establish treasuries. Treasury means like fines and other things to generate money. Okay, they can also appoint staff and perform local function at their districts for them. So they were okay with that. So the early the stage of independence, Ghana witnessed more centralized political administration at the time. That's from 1957 onwards. Later effort was made towards decentralization. So some form of local government administration was introduced in 1974 by a champion's military regime, and that was characterized by decentralization, and the aim was to strengthen the central government to control some forms of local level. And so the local government system was introduced in Ghana in 1988 by the introduction of PNDC law 207, and government initiated 110 designated districts within Ghana's 10 regions. So in order to have local units, government came out with PNDC law 207 so that they can create about 10 designated districts within the 10 regions. So meaning some regions were having more than one. So the small region probably may having one. So after the return to constitutional rule in 1992, then the Local Government Act 1993 and Act 462 was introduced to strengthen the decentralization process. Okay, so when you say the decentralization, governments were trying such that everything will not come from the top. So if you are being recruited, they can recruit you at the local level. Okay, I'm told most of the teachers, for example, they were recruited at the district level. Those of you who completed training colleges, the district where you complete is where you'll be posted. Okay, so that's what they were doing initially, so that supply the teachers to the nearby areas. Okay, then they also introduced non-partisan district assembly elections to be held initially in 1988 and 1989. And subsequently, every 4 years, they were doing that. So at the district level, they can elect anyone as a DCE, and then presiding officers and other people, whether you are into political or not, anybody at all can be elected at the time too. Then we come to more structured new local government system, the one that we are having right now. So the one that we are having, we have a new local government system with 4-tier metropolitan and then 3-tier municipal district assembly designated lanes. So here, the assembly or the decentralization policy aim at one, having metropolitan areas, having municipal areas, and then district areas with its own total number of population. So here they say that for metropolitans, for example, Kumasi even have sub-metro. Accra has sub-metro. I don't know whether Sunyani is a metropolis, Tamale the same. I don't know whether they also have sub-metro. I'm here to find out. And so here they say that the population should be around
Yes,
200,000.
please. Tamale is a sub-metro.
Okay, good. And then we have municipals. My district, for example, Santi, I think not is a municipal. But when you come and you see a municipal, it will shock you. It's supposed to be district because it's the population is many, but the development is low. And then you come to the district as the, what do you call it? District. So we have district. So normally I think the lowest one now is district. From district, you'll be elevated to municipal because they expect the population to grow, the development to be a little bit more or better than the district one. But unfortunately, I think we are just the naming continues like that. Then classification of what do you call metropolitan, municipal, and district is also done according to one, the size of the population, the demographic characteristics, and ability of the area to generate revenue for its development. So basically, it's the population and development, right? That they base on. But in books, we are talking about the total number of population plus the demographic characteristics. How many people are female? How many people are males? We have maybe different ethnic groups messing up, and then they can, based on that, they can create it. You can have a certain district that there's always problem, okay, because maybe different tribes or different units exist within. So they can divide it into two so that you have your own. Okay, that's also another one. So far I don't have one in mind that has happened, but maybe the region I can talk about, the one that we are talking about, for an example. You know, there are some people who migrated from Ashanti region through war and others, and they are in Volta region. I think they call it Akan constituency also. Is that the place? Who knows?
No, it's Rara. Rara.
Rara, good. So if the people grow there in a large size, and maybe they are creating programs with the nearby others, they can create their own district and region for them. They can create a region where they think the people, they are all one, and because of the migration, they stay there for a long time, so they are not in tune with maybe other people. They can create a region for it, or they can create a district on it, because of demographic characteristics that they are having. Okay, and if the area too has developed such that they can generate revenue for its own development, then they can elevate you as well. So these are the reasons that they do so. And then this is the structure, so you can easily go through it. They have the regional coordinating council, followed by the one that we called it the metropolitan one, and then we have the municipal. And the metropolitan, they have sub-metropolitan one, as I talked to you about. And then under sub-metropolitan, they have town councils. And then those town councils and zonal councils fall within the same unit. So you can have from the municipal, you can have the zonal council. And then from there, you come to the unit committee. But basically, from the regional, you have other metropolitan, municipal, or districts. And some metropolitans, as I told you, they have the one that they call districts, sub-metros. Then the towns, the zonal, and then the urban council and code, they are also there. And then we come to the last people, which is the lowest one, the unit committee level. So when there's a plan, when there's a question. Okay, when there's a development kind of thing. Okay,
Hello,
please
sir.
go ahead.
So please, then, if I have heard you right, meaning the figures quoted here, that is 25,000 for metropolitan, 95,000 for municipal, and then 75,000 for district. That means solely these numbers actually, when they want to create a district or a municipal, they don't base actually for the figures, but they can also base on the democratic characteristics as you've explained.
Yes, they look at three things, and the three things are here. This one, they look at the size of the population. But you can have a population of maybe a rural population that they may have, like, let's say, let's go to the first one, 75,000. But everybody is in maybe rural areas. They don't have big town there. You can't create municipal for them. You cannot. You see, most of these things, they are based on revenue. In fact, the third point is the most important of all. Because once you create it, they should be able to generate revenue to feed themselves. And you see, many of the districts and assemblies, they have a huge sums of revenue generation to cater for the development in the district. So if you can't do that, I'm wondering why it is even the third point. It's supposed to be the first one. The population can be so many, but you don't have anything to feed you. What are you going to do? When you go to northern Ghana and some places, they have a vast land with scattered population. They are not creating the streets for them. The population can be many, they can't create it. But if they have even a small population where they can have a huge sums of revenue, they will create it for you. But the major one is ability to generate revenue to develop itself. That counts more. Then you come to if there's a trouble, confusion here and there, they can create that one too. The population can also come in. Some people can use these three things to do. Some can base on population and go to parliament that they should create a region for them or district for them because looking at their size, they are over 20,000, sorry, 250,000. So they need maybe assembly on its own. The next one that they will ask you, will you get revenue to feed yourself? It's just like your children are leaving your house and they want to sell their home. Can they get the money to feed themselves? If they say yes, you can leave them to go and rent their home.
Yes, sir.
So the district chief executive also being appointed. Okay. Then we have this one, local government system in Ghana. So these are the time that this book was done. This is the nature of it. So you have a metropolitan assembly, municipal assemblies in Ashanti region. But today, I think metropolitan assemblies are many. There are no more one. There will be many. Okay, this book is old book. So when you go online, you get better one. Run a half, they were not having any metropolitan. Today, I think they have. And then when you come to central region, so now run a half, we have a half, and then we have Bono. So they may have each of them. Yes. And it continues this way, and then it continues this way too until you come to the last one. And even this one is based on 10 administrative regions. We are not having up to the 16. And almost all the 16 regional capitals, they are all metropolitans. I don't know which one is not metropolitan. All the districts, all
please, the book that we are going to buy, has it been updated to include the 16 administrative regions?
Okay. Those who are having the book, are they included? Are they updated one?
No, sir.
Thank you. So these are the summary of all that we talk about. And this is a map of Ghana that you should know, maybe the district. And unfortunately, the key is not part for you to even see it. So this is all for the, what do you call them? The political administration of Ghana. So I think we will end the class here and then end the lecture for this particular one. Please, any question before we close?
Please.
They will have 10 minutes left.
Yeah. Most of the regional capitals are municipal.
Municipal. Can you give me
an
Yeah. Even water it's a municipal. Oti region is a municipal.
Please mention the name of the regional capital. What's the name of the regional capital?
Dambaye Oti regional capital is a municipal. Dambaye Oti regional capital.
Okay, it's a municipal, right?
Yes, Volta regional capital is a municipal.
And then Techiman too. Island Techiman.
And then I forgot also to is municipal.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's you can get the municipal. Sunyani is municipal.
Yes. So please, it's municipal.
Really? I thought it's a metropolitan.
No, sir, it's
municipal.
That's fine. That's fine. So meaning we have many municipals and then metropolitan, but we need to get a new one. Because Nante Achimabugu, for example, was elevated to municipal, I think 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah. Other 2021, 2022, that elevated it to municipal. So most of the things are like districts. Okay.
So please, I want to add this. On the creation of the size, we have 3. That the size of the population of the area, demographic, graphic characteristics, and the ability of the area generated fund. In fact, I may say theoretically, we base on this create the district, municipal, and then the sub-metro. But when it comes to the practical aspect, it seems we don't actually follow. A situation whereby political affiliation to talent that one too can also lead for the creation of any of them. Because I quite remember, I will not mention the name of that ruling party. When that ruling party was on power, they were able to maneuver a way to create a district, of which when you take any one of these qualifications, that district was not having any one of them, but they were able to create it and it came to be now it is existing. It is only till now it has developed. Thank you.
That one there is true. Politics counts. In fact, I say not. Let me say some interesting thing. I say not. You were having in 2012. You were having NDC MP there, and he was from my mother's hometown, Asana Confidence. Those of you who knows that place very well. And so because he was in the town, we wanted the town to be made district. At the time, we were under Asen Central, and we wanted to have our own political unit. And so we were agitating that they should bring they should divide they should bring the municipal assembly to Asana Confederate. But when they checked the population of Asibreku, they were more than us. Our town and the Breku, they are the same, but Breku was having so many surrounding villages that their population was so high. And so you were just dragging up, then they brought this development. What's the name? There was a development, they call it polyclinic. So we fought, then the polyclinic came to our place. Because the MP was there, you were able to get a polyclinic, okay? And then when the MP was, voted out in 2016, then the new one who came, Honorable Abna Sre also, he was from Breku. And so he sent a political unit to Breku. So now Breku is having Breku is having the district capital, and then we are having the polyclinic. So they come to hospital in our place. So that one they counts. Development they count, but it pains me they should have taken the listeners so that we will get the political listeners. It pains me because once your town is a district head, automatically development comes in number and they post national service pictures and you get something. So we wanted that thing to happen. We are hoping that we need to grow more, give more better.
Yeah, sir. Hello, sir. Please, I want to ask a question. Hello, sir.
Okay, so earlier on I made an announcement and I think the course reps were not there. Please send me I have some past questions and I will send it to you. Then you distribute it to your members. Only course rep, please. Only course rep, so that I can send it to you and you send it to them. So if there's nothing, then I'll thank you all. I think today is our last meeting. So thank you all for availing yourself for a small boy to teach you. I'm very grateful for your time and your composure and your contribution and everything that you have done so far. I'm very grateful and I wish you all the best. I don't know when you are writing your exams, but I wish you all the best in your exams and everything. Please do group studies because all hands are not equal. Some may know more than others, and you are also teachers. You can teach yourself better. Okay, the essence is for everybody to pass, and then at the end of the day, you are gone. So that's all for today, and thank you all for coming. So I'll give opportunity for you. If you have something that you want to share or you want to tell us, you can say anything.
Yeah, please, if you can have the recorded video, it will help most because most of the time the network used to fluctuate and most of the time we don't hear you like that. So if you can have the recording, it will assist us most.
I have to. Wow, then I should have asked the host from the institute to do that too. Unfortunately, I don't normally record it. I don't even know he has access to the recording.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, the one who wants the recording, we have been told to visit YouTube and then type the course code. Okay. The recorded version of every lecture or the lecture that we have is put there, so you can download or listen
I think the recordings are on YouTube.
Yes.
Good. Then that's fine. Yes, I would have been in
Oh,
trouble
but
because I've not been recording. But the institute
sometimes it's
monitor
not.
is supposed to monitor for us. And then again, I'm not the only person doing online. There are, I think we are about 3 or so. So any of them, you can join. I think you visit any of them, their platform. If they have it, you can let them send it to you. Because it's the same content, the same manual that we are doing. Okay. So it's being recorded. Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I
It's
think
being
I've
recorded.
even
So
listened to one of your lectures over there on YouTube.
That's
The
okay.
very first
Okay.
lecture.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Is any other thing again? You have 2 minutes to go. Okay, silence means consent. We don't have anything. So, first, if you have announcements, you can share. If you don't have announcements, you can
Sir,
read your
can you
colleagues.
drop your number there so that we hire you?
Okay, go to the chat box. Okay, go.
Sir, we have said hi. You.
Those course rep who don't have it, I'll send the number on the chat box. You can go there. So I'll send it to you. When you send her, I'll send it to you. But forgive me for the slide because it's the entire book and you have seen it. So forgive me. I need permission to do that. And when the permission doesn't come, I'm handicapped there. Sorry for that. Okay. So I think that's all for now. Thank you all for coming for today too. And all the best in your endeavors. Goodbye.